Chapter 7 of The Treasure Train by Arthur B. Reeve. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Love Meter. Since we brought him home, my brother just tosses and gasps for air. Oh, I think Eulalie and I shall both go mad. The soft, pleading voice of Anitra Barrios and her big, appealing brown eyes filled with tears were doubly affecting as, in spite of her own feelings, she placed her hand on that of a somewhat younger girl who had accompanied her to the laboratory. "We were to have been married next month," sobbed Eulalie Sandoval. "Can't you come and see Jose, Professor Kennedy? There must be something you can do. We fear he is dying. Yes, dying." "Poor little girl," murmured Anitra, still patting her hand affectionately. Then to us, "You know, Eulalie is the sister of Manuel Sandoval, who manages the New York business of my brother." She paused. "Oh, I can't believe it myself. It's all so strange, so sudden." For the moment her own grief overwhelmed Anitra, and both sister and sweetheart of Jose Barrios clung to each other. "What is the trouble?" soothed Craig. "What has happened? How can I help you?" "Everything was so happy with us," cried Anitra, "until Jose and I came to New York, and now—" She broke down again. "Please be calm," encouraged Kennedy. "Tell me everything. Anything." With an effort, Anitra began again. "It was last night, quite late, at his office at the foot of Wall Street. He was there alone." She strove to connect her broken thoughts. "Someone, I think it must have been the janitor, called me up at home and said that my brother was very ill. Eulalie was there with me. We hurried down to him. When we got there, Jose was on the floor by his desk, unconscious, struggling for breath, just as he is now." "Did you observe anything peculiar?" queried Kennedy. "Was there anything that might give you a hint of what had happened?" Anitra Barrios considered. "Nothing," she replied slowly, "except that the windows were all closed. There was a peculiar odor in the room. I was so excited over Jose, though, that I couldn't tell you just what it was like." "What did you do?" inquired Craig. "What could we do? Just two girls all alone? It was late. The streets were deserted. You know how they are downtown at night. We took him home to the hotel in a cab and called the hotel physician, Dr. Scott." Both girls were again weeping silently in each other's arms. If there was anything that moved Kennedy to action, it was distress of this sort. Without a word, he rose from his desk, and I followed him. Anitra and Eulalie seemed to understand. Though they said nothing, they looked their gratitude as we four left the laboratory. On the way down to the hotel, Anitra continued to pour out her story in a fragmentary way. Her brother and she, it seemed, had inherited from their father a large sugar plantation in Santa Clara, the middle province of Cuba. Jose had not been like many of the planters. He had actually taken hold of the plantation after the revolution had wrecked it, and had re-established it on modern scientific lines. Now it was one of the largest independent plantations on the island. To increase its efficiency, he had later established a New York office to look after the sale of the raw sugar, and had placed it in charge of a friend, Manuel Sandoval. A month or so before, he had come to New York with his sister to sell the plantation, to get the high price that the boom in sugar had made it worth. It was while he had been negotiating for the sale that he had fallen in love with Eulalie, and they had become engaged. Dr. Scott met us in the sitting room of the suite which Anitra and her brother occupied, and as she introduced us, with an anxious glance in the direction of the door of the sick room, he shook his head gravely, though he did his best to seem encouraging. "It's a case of poisoning of some kind, I fear," he whispered aside to us at the first opportunity, "but I can't quite make out just what it is." We followed the doctor into the room. Eulalie had preceded us and had dropped down on her knees by the bed, passing her little white hand caressingly over the pale and distorted face of Jose. He was still unconscious, gasping and fighting for breath, his features pinched and skin cold and clammy. Kennedy examined the stricken man carefully, first feeling his pulse. It was barely perceptible, rapid, thready, and irregular. Now and then there were muscular tremblings and convulsive movements of the limbs. Craig moved over to the side of the room away from the two girls, where Dr. Scott was standing. "Sometimes," I heard the doctor venture, "I think it is aconite, but the symptoms are not quite the same. Besides, I don't see how it could have been administered. There's no mark on him that might have come from a hypodermic, No wound, not even a scratch. He couldn't have swallowed it. Suicide is out of the question. But his nose and throat are terribly swollen and inflamed. It's beyond me. I tried to recall other cases I had seen. There was one case of Kennedy's in which several deaths had occurred due to aconite. Was this another of that sort? I felt unqualified to judge, where Dr. Scott himself confessed his inability. Kennedy himself said nothing, and from his face I gathered that even he had no clue as yet. As we left the sick room, we found that another visitor had arrived and was standing in the sitting room. It was Manuel Sandoval. Sandoval was a handsome fellow, tall, straight as an arrow, with bushy dark hair and a mustache which gave him a distinguished appearance. Born in Cuba, he had been educated in the United States, had taken special work in the technology of sugar, knew the game from cane to centrifugal and the ship to the sugar trust. He was quite as much a scientist as a businessman. He and Eulalie talked for a moment in low tones in Cuban Spanish, but it needed only to watch his eyes to guess where his heart was. He seemed to fairly devour every move that Anitra made about the apartment. A few minutes later the door opened again and a striking-looking man entered. He was a bit older than Sandoval, but still young. As he entered, he bowed to Sandoval and Eulalie, but greeted Anitra warmly. "Mr. Burton Page," introduced Anitra, turning to us quickly, with just the trace of a flush on her face. "Mr. Page has been putting my brother in touch with people in New York who are interested in Cuban sugar plantations." A call from Dr. Scott for some help took both girls into the sick room for a moment. "Is Barrios any better?" asked Page, turning to Sandoval. Sandoval shook his head in the negative, but said nothing. One could not help observing that there seemed to be a sort of antipathy between the two, and I saw that Craig was observing them both closely. Page was a typical breezy Westerner who had first drifted to New York as a mining promoter. From that he had gone into selling ranches and, by natural stages, into the promotion of almost anything in the universe. Sugar being at the time uppermost in the mind of the street, Page was naturally to be found crammed with facts about that staple. One could not help being interested in studying a man of his type as long as one kept his grip on his pocketbook. For he was a veritable Pied Piper when it came to enticing dollars to follow him, and in his promotions he had the reputation of having amassed an impressive pile of dollars himself. No important change in the condition of Barrios had taken place, except that he was a trifle more exhausted, and Dr. Scott administered a stimulant. Kennedy, who was eager to take up the investigation of the case on the outside in the hope of discovering something that might be dignified into being a clue, excused himself with a nod to Anitra to follow into the hall. "I may look over the office?" Craig ventured when we were alone with her. "Surely," she replied, frankly, opening her handbag which was lying on a table near the door. "I have an equal right in the business with my brother. Here are the keys. The office has been closed today." Kennedy took the keys, promising to let her know the moment he discovered anything important, and we hurried directly downtown. The office of the Barrios Company was at the foot of Wall Street, where the business of importing touched on the financial district. From the window one could see freighters unloading their cargoes at the docks. In the other direction, capital to the buildings was represented. But in all that interesting neighborhood, nothing just at present could surpass the mystery of what had taken place in the lonely little office late the night before. Kennedy passed the rail that shut the outer office off from a sort of reception space. He glanced about at the safe, the books, papers, and letter files. It would take an accountant and investigator days, perhaps weeks, to trace out anything in them, if indeed it were worthwhile at all. Two glass doors opened at one end to two smaller private offices, one belonging evidently to Sandoval, the other to Barrios. What theory Craig formed I could not guess, but as he tiptoed from the hall door past the rail to the door of Jose's office, I could see that first of all he was trying to discover whether it was possible to enter the outer office and reach Jose's door unseen and unheard by anyone sitting at the desk inside. Apparently it was easily possible, and he paused a moment to consider what good that knowledge might do. As he did so, his eye rested on the floor. A few feet away stood one of the modern sanitary desks. In this case, the legs of the desk raised the desk high enough from the floor so that one could at least see where the cleaning woman had left a small pile of unsanitary dust near the wall. Suddenly, Kennedy bent down and poked something out of the pile of dust. There on the floor was an empty shell of a cartridge. Kennedy picked it up and looked at it curiously. What did it mean? I recalled that Dr. Scott had particularly said that Berrios had not been wounded. Still regarding the cartridge shell, Kennedy sat down at the desk of Berrios. Looking for a piece of paper in which to wrap the shell, he pulled out the middle drawer of the desk. In a back corner was a package of letters neatly tied. We glanced at them. The envelopes bore the name of Jose Berrios and were in the handwriting of a woman. Some were postmarked Cuba, others later New York. Kennedy opened one of them. I could not restrain an exclamation of astonishment. I had expected that they were from Eulalie Sandoval, but they were signed by a name that we had not heard, Teresa de Leon. Hastily, Kennedy read through the open letter. Its tone seemed to be that of a threat. One sentence, I recall, was, I would follow you anywhere. I'll make you want me. One after another, Kennedy ran through them. All were vague and veiled, as though the writer wished by some circumlocution to convey an idea that it would not be apparent to some third inquisitive party. What was back of it all? Had Jose been making love to another woman at the same time that he was engaged to Eulalie Sandoval? As far as the contents of the letters went, there was nothing to show that he had done anything wrong. The mystery of the other woman only served to deepen the mystery of what little we already knew. Craig dropped the letters into his pocket along with the shell and walked around into the office of Sandoval. I followed him. Quickly he made a search, but it did not seem to net him anything. Meanwhile, I had been regarding a queer-looking instrument that stood on a flat table against one wall. It seemed to consist of a standard on each end of which was fastened a disc, besides several other arrangements the purpose of which I had not the slightest idea. Between the two ends rested a glass tube of some liquid. At one end was a lamp, the other was fitted with an eyepiece like a telescope. Beside the instrument on the table lay some more glass-capped tubes, and strewn about were samples of raw sugar. It is a saccharimeter, explained Kennedy, also looking at it, an instrument used to detect the amount of sugar held in solution, a form of the polariscope. We won't go into the science of it now, it's rather abstruse. He was about to turn back into the outer office when an idea seemed to occur to him. He took the cartridge from his pocket and carefully scraped off what he could of the powder that still adhered to the outer rim. It was just a bit, but he dissolved it in some liquid from a bottle on the table, filled one of the clean glass tubes, capped the open end, and placed this tube in the saccharimeter where the first one I noticed had been. Carefully he lighted the lamp, then squinted through the eyepiece at the tube of liquid containing what he had derived from the cartridge. He made some adjustments, and as he did so his face indicated that at last he began to see something dimly. The saccharimeter had opened the first rift in the haze that surrounded the case. I think I know what we have here, he said, briefly, rising and placing the tube and its contents in his pocket with the other things he had discovered. Of course, it is only a hint. This instrument won't tell me finally, but it is worth following up. With a final glance about to make sure that we had overlooked nothing, Kennedy closed and locked the outside door. I'm going directly up to the laboratory, Walter, decided Kennedy. Meanwhile, you can help me very much if you will look up this Teresa de Leon. I noticed that the New York letters were written on the stationery of the Pan America Hotel. Get what you can. I leave it to you. And if you can find out anything about the others, so much the better. I'll see you as soon as you finish. It was rather a large contract. If the story had reached the newspaper stage, I should have known how to go about it. For there is no detective agency in the world like the Star, and even on the slender basis that we had, with a flock of reporters deployed at every point in the city, with telephones, wires, and cables busily engaged, I might have gathered priceless information in a few hours. But as it was, whatever was to be got must be got by me alone. I found Teresa de Leon registered at the Pan America, as Craig had surmised. Such inquiries as I was able to make about the hotel did not show a trace of reason for believing that Jose Berrios had been numbered among her visitors. While that proved nothing as to the relations of the two, it was at least reassuring as far as Anitra and Eulalie were concerned, and after all, as in such cases, this was their story. Not having been able to learn much about the lady, I decided finally to send up my card, and to my satisfaction she sent back word that she would receive me in the parlor of the hotel. Teresa de Leon proved to be a really striking type of Latin American beauty. She was no longer young, but there was an elusiveness about her personality that made a more fascinating study than youth. I felt that with such a woman directness might be more of a surprise than subtlety. "I suppose you know that Signor Barrios is very seriously ill?" I ventured, in answer to her inquiring gaze that played from my card to my face. For a fleeting instant she looked startled, yet she betrayed nothing as to whether it was fear or surprise. "I have called his office several times," she replied, but no one answered. Even Signor Sandoval was not there. I felt that she was countering as cleverly as I might lead. "Then you know Mr. Sandoval also?" I asked, adding, "and Mr. Page?" "I have known Signor Barrios a long time in Cuba," she answered, "and the others too, here." There was something evasive about her answers. She was trying to say neither too much nor too little. She left one in doubt whether she was trying to shield herself or to involve another. Though we chatted several minutes, I could gain nothing that would lead me to judge how intimately she knew Barrios. Except that she knew Sandoval and Page, her conversation might have been a replica of the letters we had discovered. Even when she hinted politely but finally that the talk was over, she left me in doubt even whether she was an adventuress. The woman was an enigma. Had revenge or jealousy brought her to New York, or was she merely a tool in the hands of another? I was not ready to return to Kennedy merely with another unanswered question, and I determined to stop again at the hotel where Barrios and his sister lived in the hope of picking up something there. The clerk at the desk told me that no one had called since we had been there, adding, "except the tall gentleman who came back. I think Señorita Barrios came down and met him in the tea-room." Wondering whether it was Page or Sandoval the clerk meant, I sauntered down the corridor past the door of the tea-room. It was Page with whom Anitra was talking. There was no way in which I could hear what was said, although Page was very earnest, and Anitra showed plainly that she was anxious to return to the sick room upstairs. As I watched, I took care that I should not be seen. It was well that I did, for once when I looked about I saw that someone else in another doorway was watching them too, so intently that he did not see me. It was Sandoval. Jealousy of Page was written in every line of his face. Studying the three, while I could not escape the rivalry of the two men, I was unable to see now or recollect anything that happened which would convey even an inkling of her feelings towards them. Yet I was convinced that that way lay a problem quite as important as relations between the other triangle of Eulalie, Teresa, and Barrios. I was not psychologist enough to deal with either triangle. There was something that distinctly called for the higher mathematics of Kennedy. Determined not to return to him entirely empty-mouthed, I thought it would be a good opportunity to see Eulalie alone, and hurried to the elevator which whisked me up to the Barrios apartment. Dr. Scott had not left his patient, though he seemed to realize that Eulalie was a most efficient nurse. "No change," whispered the doctor, "except that he is reaching a crisis." Interested as I was in the patient, it had been for the purpose of seeing Eulalie that I had come, and I was glad when Dr. Scott left us a moment. "Has Mr. Kennedy found out anything yet?" she asked in a tremulous whisper. "I think he is on the right track now," I encouraged. "Has anything happened here? Remember, it is quite as important that you should tell him all as it is for him to tell you." She looked up at me a moment, then drew from a fold of her waist a yellow paper. It was a telegram. I took it and read, "Beware of Teresa de Leon, Hotel Pan America. A friend." "You know her?" I asked, folding the telegram but not returning it. Eulalie looked at me frankly and shook her head. "I have no idea who she is." "Or of who sent the telegram?" "None at all." "When did you receive it?" "Only a few minutes ago." Here was another mystery. Who had sent the anonymous telegram to Eulalie so soon after it had been evident that Kennedy had entered the case? What was its purpose? "I may keep this?" I asked, indicating the telegram. "I was about to send it to Professor Kennedy," she replied. "Oh, I hope he will find something. Won't you go to him and tell him to hurry?" I needed no urging, not only for her sake, but also because I did not wish to be seen or to have the receipt of the telegram by Kennedy known so soon. In the hotel, I stopped only long enough to see that Anitra was now hurrying toward the elevator, eager to get back to her brother and oblivious to everyone around. What had become of Page and the sinister watcher whom he had not seen I did not know, nor did I have time to find out. A few moments later, I rejoined Kennedy at the laboratory. He was still immersed in work, and scarcely stopping, nodded to me to tell what I had discovered. He listened with interest until I came to the receipt of the anonymous telegram. "Did you get it?" he asked, eagerly. He almost seized it from my hands as I pulled it out of my pocket and studied it intently. "Strange," he muttered. "Any of them might have sent it." "Have you discovered anything?" I asked, for I had been watching him, consumed by curiosity, as I told my story. "Do you know yet how the thing was done?" "I think I do," he replied abstractedly. "How was it?" I prompted, for his mind was now on the telegram. "A poison gas pistol," he resumed, coming back to the work he had just been doing. "Instead of bullets, this pistol used cartridges charged with some deadly powder. It might have been something like the anesthetic pistol devised by the police authorities in Paris some years ago when the motor bandits were operating." "But who could have used it?" I asked. Kennedy did not answer directly. Either he was not quite sure yet or did not feel that the time was ripe to hazard a theory. "In this case," he continued after a moment's thought, "I shouldn't be surprised if even the wielder of the pistol probably wore a mask, doubly effective, for disguise and to protect the wielder from fumes that were to overcome the victim." "You have no idea who it was?" I reiterated. Before Kennedy could answer, there came a violent ring at the laboratory bell, and I hurried to the door. It was one of the bellboys from the hotel where the Berrioses had their apartment, with a message for Kennedy. Craig tore it open and read it hurriedly. "From Dr. Scott," he said briefly, in answer to my anxious query. "Berrios is dead." Even though I had been prepared for the news by my last visit, death came as a shock, as it always does. I had felt all along that Kennedy had been called in too late to do anything to save Berrios, but I had been hoping against hope. But I knew that it was not too late to catch the criminal who had done the dastardly, heartless deed. A few hours and perhaps all clues might have been covered up. But there is always something that goes wrong with crime, always some point where murder cannot be covered up. I think that if people could only be got to realize it, as my experience both on the Star and with Kennedy have impressed it on me, murder would become a lost art. Without another word, Kennedy seized his hat and together we hurried to the hotel. We found Anitra crying softly to herself, while near her sat Eulalie, tearless, stunned by the blow, broken-hearted. In the realization of the tragedy, everything had been forgotten. Even the mysterious anonymous telegram signed, Judas-like, "A friend." Sandoval, we learned, had been there when the end came, and had now gone out to make what arrangements were necessary. I had nothing against the man, but I could not help feeling that now that the business was all Anitra's, might he not be the one to profit most by the death? The fact was that Kennedy had expressed so little opinion on the case so far that I might be pardoned for suspecting anyone, even Teresa de Leon, who must have seen Jose slipping away from her in spite of her pursuit, whatever actuated it. It was while I was in the midst of these fruitless speculations that Dr. Scott beckoned us outside, and we withdrew quietly. "I don't know that there is anything more that I can do," he remarked, "but I promised Senor Sandoval that I would stay here until he came back. He begged me to, seems scarcely to know how to do enough to comfort his sister and Senorita Berrios." I listened to the doctor keenly. Was it possible that Sandoval had one of those Jekyll-Hyde natures which seemed to be so common in some of us? Had his better nature yielded to his worse? To my mind, that has often been an explanation of crime, never an adequate defense. Kennedy was about to say something when the elevator door down the hall opened. I expected that it was Sandoval returning, but it was Burton Page. "They told me you were here," he said, greeting us. "I have been looking all over for you, down at your laboratory and at your apartment. Would you mind stepping down around the bend in the hall?" We excused ourselves from Dr. Scott, wondering what Page had to reveal. I knew Sandoval had not returned, he began as soon as we were out of earshot of the doctor, and I don't want to see him again, not after what happened this afternoon. The man is crazy. We had reached an alcove and sat down into a soft settee. Why? What was that? I asked, recalling the look of hate on the man's face as he watched Paige talking to Anitra in the tea room. I'm giving you this for what it may be worth, began Paige, turning from me to Kennedy. Down in the lobby this afternoon, after you had been gone some time, I happened to run into Sandoval. He almost seized hold of me. You have been at the office, he said. You have been rummaging around there. Well, I denied it flatly. Who took those letters? He shot back at me. All I could do was to look at him. I don't know about any letters. What letters? I asked. Oh, he's a queer fellow, all right. I thought he was going to kill me by the black look he gave me. He cooled down a bit, but I didn't wait for an apology. The best thing to do with these hot-headed people is to cut out and let them alone. How do you account for his strange actions? Asked Kennedy. Have you ever heard anything more that he did? Paige shrugged his shoulders as if in doubt whether to say anything, then decided quickly. The other day I heard Berrios and Sandoval in the office. They were quite excited. Berrios was talking loudly. I didn't know at first what it was all about, but I soon found out. Sandoval had gone to him, as the head of the family, following their custom, I believe, to ask whether he might seek to win Anitra. Have you ever heard of Teresa de Leon? Interrupted Kennedy suddenly. Paige looked at him and hesitated. There's some scandal there, I'm afraid, he nodded, combining his answers. I heard Sandoval say something about her to Berrios that day, warn him against something. That was when the argument was heated. It seemed to make Berrios angry. Sandoval said something about Berrios refusing to let him court Anitra, while at the same time Berrios was engaged to Eulalie. Berrios retorted that the cases were different. He said he had decided that Anitra was going to marry an American millionaire. There could be no doubt about how Paige himself interpreted the remark. It was evident that he took it to mean himself. Sandoval had warned against this de Leon? Asked Kennedy, evidently having in mind the anonymous telegram. Something, I don't know what it was all about, returned Paige, then added in a burst of confidence, I never heard of the lady until she came to New York and introduced herself to me. For a time she was interesting, but I'm too old for that sort of thing. Besides, she always impressed me as though she had some ulterior motive, as though she was trying to get at something through me. I cut it all out. Kennedy nodded, but for a moment said nothing. I think I'll be getting out, remarked Paige with a half-smile. I don't want a knife in the back. I thought you ought to know all this, though, and if I hear anything else, I'll let you know. Kennedy thanked him, and together we rode down in the next elevator, parting with Paige at the hotel entrance. It was still early in the evening, and Kennedy had no intention now of wasting a moment. He beckoned for a cab and directed the man to drive immediately to the Pan America. This time Teresa de Leon was plainly prepared for a visit, though I am not sure that she was prepared to receive two visitors. I believe you were acquainted with Signor Berrios, who died tonight? Opened Kennedy, after I had introduced him. He was acquainted with me, she corrected, with a purr in her voice that suggested claws. You were not married to him, shot out Kennedy. Then before she could reply, nor even engaged. He had known me a long time. We were intimate friends, interrupted Kennedy, leaving no doubt as to the meaning of his emphasis. She colored. It was evident that at least to her it was more than friendship. Signor Sandoval says, romanced Kennedy in true detective style, that you wrote— It was her turn to interrupt. If Signor Sandoval says anything against me, he tells what is not the truth. In spite of Kennedy's grilling, she was still mistress of herself. You introduced yourself to Burton Page, and— You had better remember your own proverb, she retorted. Don't believe anything you hear and only half you see. Kennedy snapped down the yellow telegram before her. It was a dramatic moment. The woman did not flinch at the anonymous implication. Straight into Kennedy's eyes she shot a penetrating glance. Watch both of them, she replied shortly, then turned and deliberately swept out of the hotel parlor as though daring us to go as far as we cared. I think we have started forces working for us, remarked Kennedy, coolly consulting his watch. For the present, at least, let us retire to the laboratory. Someone will make a move. My game is to play one against the other, until the real one breaks." We had scarcely switched on the lights, and Kennedy was checking over the results he had obtained during his afternoon's investigations, when the door was flung open and a man dashed in on us unexpectedly. It was Sandoval, and as he advanced furiously at Kennedy, I more than feared that Page's idea was correct. "It was you, Kennedy," he hissed, "who took those letters from Jose's desk. It is you, or Page back of you, who are trying to connect me with that woman, De Leon. But let me tell you—" A sharp click back of Sandoval caused him to cut short the remark and look about apprehensively. Kennedy's finger, sliding along the edge of the laboratory table, had merely found an electric button by which he could snap the lock on the door. "We are 2-1, returned Kennedy nonchalantly. "That was nothing but the lock on the door closing. Mr. Jameson has a revolver in the top drawer of his desk over there. You will pardon me if I do a little telephoning through the central office of the Detective Bureau. Some of our friends may not be over-anxious to come here, and it may be necessary to compel their attendance." Sandoval subsided into sullen silence as Kennedy made arrangements to have Burton Page, Anitra, Eulalie, and Teresa de Leon hurry to us at once. There was nothing for me to do but watch Sandoval as Kennedy prepared a little instrument with a scale and dial, upon which rested an indicator resembling a watch hand, something like the new horizontal clocks which have only one hand to register seconds, minutes, and hours. In them, like a thermometer held sideways, the hand moves along from 0 to 24. In this instrument a little needle did the same thing. Pairs of little wire-like strings ran to the instrument. Kennedy had finished adjusting another instrument which was much like the saccharimeter, only more complicated, when the racing of an engine outside announced the arrival of the party in one of the police department cars. Between us, Craig and I lost no time in disposing the visitors so that each was in possession of a pair of the wire-like strings, and then, disdaining to explain why he had gathered them together so unceremoniously, Kennedy turned and finished adjusting the other apparatus. Most people regard light, so abundant, so necessary, so free as a matter of course, he remarked contemplatively. Not one person in 10,000 ever thinks of its mysterious nature or ever attempts to investigate it. In fact, most of us are in utter darkness as to light. He paused, tapped the machine, and went on. This is a polarimeter, a simple polariscope. A step beyond the saccharimeter, he explained with a nod at Sandoval. It detects differences of structure and substances not visible in ordinary light. Light is polarized in several ways, by reflection, by transmission, but most commonly through what I have here, a prism of calcite, or Iceland spar, commonly called a Nicol prism. Light fully polarized consists of vibrations transverse to the direction of the ray, all in one plane. Ordinary light has transverse vibrations in all planes. Certain substances, due to their molecular structure, are transparent to vibrations in one plane, but opaque to those at right angles. Here we have, he explained, tapping the parts in order, a source of light, passing in through this aperture, here a Nicol polarizer, next a liquid to be examined in a glass-capped tube, here on this other side an arrangement of quartz plates with rotary power, which I will explain in a moment, next an analyzer, and finally the aperture for the eye of an observer. Kennedy adjusted the glass tube containing the liquid which poured the substance scraped from the cartridge he had picked up in the office of Jose. "Look through the eyepiece, Walter," he directed. The field appeared halved. He made an adjustment, and at once the field of vision appeared wholly the same tint. When he removed the tube, it was dark. If a liquid has not what we call rotary power, both halves of the double disc appear of the same tint, he explained. If it has rotary power, the halves appear at different tints, and the degree of rotation is measured by the alteration of thickness of this double quartz plate necessary to counteract it. It is, as I told Mr. Jameson early today, a rather abstruse subject, this of polarized light. I shall not bore you with it, but I think you will see in a moment why it is necessary, perhaps why someone who knew thought it would never be used. What I am getting at now is that some substances with the same chemical formula, rotate polarized light to the right, are dextro-rotary, as for instance what is known as dextrose. Others rotate it to the left, are levorotary, as a substance called levose. Both of them are glucose. So there are substances which give the same chemical reactions which can only be distinguished by their being left or right rotary. Craig took a bit of crystalline powder and dissolved it in ether. Then he added some strong sulfuric acid. The liquid turned yellow, then slowly a bright scarlet. Besides the first, he repeated the operation with another similar-looking powder, with the identical result. Both of those, he remarked holding up the vials, were samples of pure veratrine, but obtained from different sources. You see the brilliant reaction, unmistakable. But it makes all the difference in the world in this case what was the source of the veratrine. It may mean the guilt or innocence of one of you. He paused to let the significance of his remarks sink in. Veratrine, he resumed, is a form of hellebore, known to gardeners for its fatal effect on insects. There are white and green hellebore, Veratrum alba and Veratrum viride. It is the pure alkaloid, or rather one of them, that we have to deal with here, veratrine. There are various sources of veratrine. For instance, there is the veratrine that may be derived from the sabadilla seeds, which grow in the West Indies and Mexico. It is used, I am informed, by the Germans in their lacrimatory and asphyxiating bombs. The mention of the West Indies brought like a flash to mind Sandoval and Senorita de Leon. Then, too, continued Kennedy, there is a plant out in our own western country, of which you may have heard, known as the death camas, very fatal to cattle when they eat it. The active principle in this is also veratrine. I began to see what Kennedy was driving at. If it were veratrine derived from death camas, it would point toward Page. Abderhalden, the great German physiological chemist, has discovered that substances that once get into the blood produce specific ferments. Not long ago in a case I showed it by the use of dialysing membranes. But Abderhalden has found that the polariscope can show it also. And in this case only the polariscope can show what chemistry cannot show when we reach the point of testing Senor Berrios's blood, if that becomes necessary. It was plain that Kennedy was confident. There are other sources of drugs of the nature used in this case to asphyxiate and kill, but the active principle of all is veratrine. The point is, veratrine from what source? The sabadilla is dextro-rotary. The death camas is levorotary. Which is it here? As I tried to figure out the ramifications of the case, I could see that it was a cruel situation for one or the other of the girls. Was one of her lovers the murderer of Anitra's brother? Or was her own brother the murderer of Eulalie's lover? I looked at the faces before me, now tensely watching Kennedy, forgetful of the wire-like strings which they held in their hands. I studied Teresa de Leon intently for a while. She was still the enigma which she had been the first time I saw her. Kennedy paused long enough to look through the eyepiece again, as if to reassure himself finally that he was right. There was a tantalizing suspense as we waited for the verdict of science on this intensely human tragedy. Then he turned to the queer instrument over which the needle hand was moving. Though some scientists would call this merely a sensitive form of galvanometer, he remarked, it is to me more than that. It registers feelings, emotions. It has been registering your own every moment that I have been talking. But most of all, it registers the grand passion. I might even call it a love meter. Love might seem to be a subject which could not be investigated. But even love can be attributed to electrical forces, or perhaps better, is expressed by the generation of an electric current, as though the attraction between men and women were the giving off of electrons or radiations of one to the other. I have seen this galvanometer stationary during the ordinary meeting of men and women. It exhibits all sorts of strange vibrations when true lovers meet. Not used to Kennedy's peculiar methods, they were now on guard, ignorant of the fact that that alone was sufficient to corroborate unescapably any evidence they had already given of their feelings toward each other. Kennedy passed lightly over the torn and bleeding heart of Eulalie, but much as he disliked to do so, he could not so quickly pass Anitra. In spite of her grief, I could see that she was striving to control herself. A quick blush suffused her face, and her breath came and went faster. "This record," went on Kennedy, lowering his voice, "tells me that 2 men are in love with Anitra Berrios. I will not say which exhibits the deeper, truer passion. You shall see for yourself in a moment. But more than that, it tells me which of the 2 she cares for most, a secret her heart would never permit her lips to disclose, nor will I disclose it. One of them, with supreme egotism, was so sure that he would win her heart that he plotted this murder of her brother so that she would have the whole estate to bring to him, a terrible price for a dowry. My love meter tells me, however, that Anitra has something to say about it yet. She does not love this man. As for Teresa de Leon, it was jealousy that impelled her to follow Jose Berrios from Cuba to New York. The murderer, in his scheming, knew it, saw a chance to use her, to encourage her, perhaps throw suspicion on her if necessary. When I came uncomfortably close to him, he even sent an anonymous telegram that might point toward her. It was sent by the same person who stole in Berrios's office and shot him with an asphyxiating pistol which discharged a fatal quantity of pure Veritrine full at him. My love meter, in registering hidden emotions, supplements what the polarimeter tells me. It was the levo-rotary Veritrine of the fatal death camus which you used, Page, concluded Craig, as again the electric attachment clicked shut the lock on the laboratory door. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Treasure Train by Arthur B. Reeve. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Vital Principle. "That's the handwriting of a woman, a jealous woman," remarked Kennedy, handing to me a dainty note on plain paper which had come in the morning mail. I did not stop to study the writing, for the contents of the letter were more fascinating than even Kennedy's new science of graphology. "You don't know me," the note read, "but I know of your work of scientific investigation. Let me inform you of something that ought to interest you. In the Forum apartments you will find that there is some strange disease affecting the Wardlaw family. It is a queer disease of the nerves. One is dead, others are dying. Look into it. A friend." As I read it, I asked myself vainly what it could mean. There was no direct accusation against anyone, yet the implication was plain. A woman had been moved by one of the primal passions to betray someone. I looked up from the note on the table at Craig. He was still studying the handwriting. "It's that peculiar vertical angular hand affected by many women," he commented half to himself. "Even at a glance you can see that it's written hastily, as if under the stress of excitement and sudden resolution. You'll notice how those capitals—" The laboratory door opened, interrupting him. "Hello, Kennedy," greeted Dr. Leslie, our friend, the coroner's physician who had recently been appointed health commissioner of the city. It was the first time we had seen him since the appointment, and we hastened to congratulate him. He thanked us absently, and it was evident that there was something on his mind, some problem which, in his new office, he felt that he must solve if for no other purpose than to justify his reputation. Craig said nothing, preferring to let the commissioner come to the point in his own way. "Do you know, Kennedy," he said at length, turning in his chair and facing us, "I believe we have found one of the strangest cases in the history of the department." The commissioner paused, then went on quickly, "It looks as if it were nothing less than an epidemic of beriberi, not on a ship coming into port as so often happens, but actually in the heart of the city." "Beriberi? In New York?" queried Craig incredulously. "It looks like it," reiterated Leslie, "in the family of a Dr. Wardlaw, uptown here in the Forum." Kennedy had already shoved over the letter he had just received. Leslie did not finish the sentence, but read the note in amazement. "What are the symptoms?" inquired Craig. "What makes you think it is beriberi of all things?" "Because they showed the symptoms of beriberi," persisted Leslie doggedly. "You know what they are like. If you care to go into the matter, I think I can convince you." The commissioner was still holding the letter and gazing, puzzled, from it to us. It seemed as if he regarded it merely as confirming his own suspicions that something was wrong, even though it shed no real light on the matter. "How did you first hear of it?" prompted Kennedy. Leslie answered frankly. "It came to the attention of the department as the result of a reform I have inaugurated. When I went in office, I found that many of the death certificates were faulty, and in the course of our investigations we ran across one that seemed to be most vaguely worded. I don't know yet whether it was ignorance or something worse, but it started an inquiry. I can't say that I'm thoroughly satisfied with the amended certificate of the physician who attended Mrs. Marbury, the mother of Dr. Wardlaw's wife, who died about a week ago, Dr. Aitken." "Then Wardlaw didn't attend her himself?" asked Kennedy. "Oh no, he couldn't under the circumstances, as I'll show you presently, aside from the medical ethics of the case. Aitken was the family physician of the Marburys." Kennedy glanced at the note. "One is dead, others are dying," he read. "Who are the others? Who else is stricken?" "Why," continued Leslie, eager to unburden his story, "Wardlaw himself has the marks of a nervous affection as plainly as the eye can see it. You know what it is in this disease, as though the nerves were wasting away. But he didn't seem half as badly affected as his wife. They tell me Maud Marbury was quite a beauty once, and photographs I have seen prove it. She's a wreck now. And of course the old lady must have been the most seriously affected of them all." "Who else is there in the household?" inquired Kennedy, growing more and more interested. "Well," answered Leslie slowly, "they've had a nurse for some time, Natalie Langdale. Apparently she has escaped." "Any servants?" "Some by the day, only one regularly, a Japanese, Kato. He goes home at night too. There's no evidence of the disease having affected him." I caught Leslie's eye as he gave the last information. Though I did not know much about beriberi, I had read of it, and knew that it was especially prevalent in the Orient. I did not know what importance to attach to Cato in his going home at night. "Have you done any investigating yourself?" asked Kennedy. Leslie hesitated a moment, as though deprecating his own efforts in that line, though when he spoke I could see no reason why he should, except that it had so often happened that Kennedy had seen the obvious which was hidden from most of those who consulted him. "Yes," he replied. "I thought perhaps there might be some motive back of it all which I might discover. Possibly it was old Mrs. Marbury's fortune, not a large one, but substantial. So it occurred to me that the will might show it. I have been to the surrogate." "And?" prompted Kennedy approvingly. "Mrs. Marbury's will has already been offered for probate. It directs, among other things, that $25,000 be given by her daughter, to whom she leaves the bulk of her fortune, to Dr. Aitken, who had been Mr. Marbury's physician and her own." Leslie looked at us significantly, but Kennedy made no comment. "Would you like to go up there and see them?" urged the commissioner, anxious to get Craig's final word on whether he would cooperate in the affair. "I certainly should," returned Kennedy heartily, folding up the letter which had first attracted his interest. "It looks as if there were more to this thing than a mere disease, however unusual." Dr. Leslie could not conceal his satisfaction, and without delaying a moment more than was necessary, hurried us out into one of the department cars, which he had left waiting outside, and directed the driver to take us to the Forum apartments, one of the newest and most fashionable on the drive. Miss Langdale met us at the door and admitted us into the apartment. She was a striking type of trained nurse, one of those who seem bubbling over with health and vivacity. She seemed solicitous of her patients and reluctant to have them disturbed, yet apparently not daring to refuse to admit Dr. Leslie. There was nothing in her solicitude, however, that one could take exception to. Miss Langdale conducted us softly down a hallway through the middle of the apartment, and I noted quickly how it was laid out. On one side we passed a handsomely furnished parlor and dining room, opposite which were the kitchen and butler's pantry, and farther along, a bedroom and the bath. On down the hall on the right was Dr. Wardlaw's study, or rather den, for it was more of a library than an office. The nurse led the way, and we entered. Through the windows one caught a beautiful vista of the drive, the river, and the Jersey shore. I gazed about curiously. Around the room there were bookcases and cabinets, a desk, some easy chairs, and in the corner a table on which were some of Wardlaw's paraphernalia, for although he was not a practicing physician, he still specialized in his favorite branches of eye and ear surgery. Miss Langdale left us a moment, with a hasty excuse that she must prepare Mrs. Wardlaw for the unexpected visit. The preparation, however, did not take long, for a moment later Maud Wardlaw entered, supported by her nurse. Her lips moved mechanically as she saw us, but we could not hear what she said. As she walked, I could see that she had a peculiar gait, as though she were always lifting her feet over small obstacles. Her eyes, too, as she looked at us, had a strange squint, and now and then the muscles of her face twitched. She glanced from Leslie to Kennedy inquiringly, as Leslie introduced us, implying that we were from his office, then dropped into the easy chair. Her breathing seemed to be labored and her heart action feeble, as the nurse propped her up comfortably. As Mrs. Wardlaw's hand rested on the arm of the chair, I saw that there was a peculiar flexion of her wrist, which reminded me of the so-called wrist drop of which I had heard. It was almost as if the muscles of her hands and arms, feet and legs were weak and wasting. Once she had been beautiful, and even now, although she seemed to be a wreck of her former self, she had a sort of ethereal beauty that was very touching. "Doctor is out, just now," she hesitated, in a tone that hinted at the loss of her voice. She turned appealingly to Miss Langdale. "Oh," she murmured, "I feel so badly this morning. As if pins and needles were sticking in me, vague pains in all my limbs." Her voice sank to a whisper, and only her lips moved feebly. One had only to see her to feel sympathy. It seemed almost cruel to intrude under the circumstances, yet it was absolutely necessary if Craig were to accomplish anything. Maud Wardlaw, however, did not seem to comprehend the significance of our presence, and I wondered how Kennedy would proceed. "I should like to see your Japanese servant Cato," he began directly, somewhat to my surprise, addressing himself rather to Miss Langdale than to Mrs. Wardlaw. The nurse nodded and left the room without a word, as though appreciating the anomalous position in which she was placed as temporary mistress of the household. A few moments later Cato entered. He was a typical specimen of the suave Oriental, and I eyed him keenly, for to me east was east and west was west, and I was frankly suspicious, especially as I saw no reason to be otherwise in Kennedy's manner. I waited eagerly to see what Craig would do. "Sit here," directed Kennedy, indicating a straight-backed chair on which the Japanese obediently sat. "Now cross your knees." As Cato complied, Kennedy quickly brought his hand, held flat and palm upward, sharply against the Jap's knee just below the kneecap. There was a quick reflex jerk of the leg below the knee in response. "Quite natural," Kennedy whispered, turning to Leslie, who nodded. He dismissed Cato without further questioning, having had an opportunity to observe whether he showed any of the symptoms that had appeared in the rest of the family. Craig and the health commissioner exchanged a few words under their breath, then Craig crossed the room to Mrs. Wardlaw. The entrance of Cato had roused her momentarily, and she had been watching what was going on. "It is a simple test," explained Kennedy, indicating to Miss Langdale that he wished to repeat it on her patient. Mrs. Wardlaw's knee showed no reflex. As he turned to us, we could see that Kennedy's face was lined deeply with thought, and he paced up and down the room once or twice, considering what he had observed. I could see that even this simple interview had greatly fatigued Mrs. Wardlaw. Miss Langdale said nothing, but it was plainly evident that she objected strongly to the strain on her patient's strength. "That will be sufficient," nodded Craig, noticing the nurse. "Thank you very much. I think you had better let Mrs. Wardlaw rest in her own room." On the nurse's arm, Mrs. Wardlaw withdrew, and I looked inquiringly from Kennedy to Dr. Leslie. What was it that had made this beautiful woman such a wreck? It seemed almost as though the hand of fate had stretched out against one who had all to make her happy, wealth, youth, a beautiful home, for the sullen purpose of taking away what had been bestowed so bounteously. "It is polyneuritis, all right, Leslie," Craig agreed, the moment we were alone. "I think so," coincided Leslie with a nod. "It's the cause I can't get at. Is it polyneuritis of beriberi, or something else?" Kennedy did not reply immediately. "Then there are other causes?" I inquired of Leslie. "Alcohol," he returned briefly. "I don't think that figures in this instance. At least I've seen no evidence." "Perhaps some drug?" I hazarded at a venture. Leslie shrugged. "How about the food?" inquired Craig. "Have you made any attempt to examine it?" "I have," replied the commissioner. "When I came up here first, I thought of that. I took samples of all the food that I could find in the icebox, the kitchen, and the butler's pantry. I have the whole thing labeled, and I have already started to test them out. I'll show you what I have done when we go down to the department laboratory." Kennedy had been examining the books in the bookcase and now pulled out a medical directory. It opened readily to the heading, Polyneuritis, Multiple Neuritis. I bent over and read with him. And the disease, it seemed the nerve fibers themselves and the small nerves broke down, and the affection was motor, sensory, vasomotor, or endemic. All the symptoms described seemed to fit what I observed in Mrs. Wardlaw. Invariably, the article went on, it is the result of some toxic substance circulating in the blood. There is a polyneuritis psychosis known as Korsakoff syndrome, characterized by disturbances of the memory of recent events and false reminiscences, the patient being restless and disorientated. I ran my finger down the page until I came to the causes. There were alcohol, lead, arsenic, bisulfide of carbon, diseases such as diabetes, diphtheria, typhoid, and finally, much to my excitement, was enumerated beriberi, with the added information, or as the Japanese call it, kake. I placed my finger on the passage and was about to say something about my suspicions of Cato when we heard the sound of footsteps in the hall, and Craig snapped the book shut, returning it hastily to the bookcase. It was Miss Langdale who had made her patient comfortable in bed and now returned to us. "Who is this Cato?" inquired Craig, voicing what was in my own mind. "What do you know about him?" "Just a young Japanese from the mission downtown," replied the nurse directly. "I don't suppose you know, but Mrs. Wardlaw used to be greatly interested in religious and social work among the Japanese and Chinese. Would be yet, but," she added significantly, "she is not strong enough. They employed him before I came here, about a year ago, I think." Kennedy nodded and was about to ask another question when there was a slight noise out in the hall. Thinking it might be Cato himself, I sprang to the door. Instead, I encountered a middle-aged man, who drew back in surprise at seeing me, a stranger. "Oh, good morning, Dr. Aitken," greeted Miss Langdale, in quite the casual manner of a nurse accustomed to the daily visit at about this hour. As for Dr. Aitken, he glanced from Leslie, whom he knew, to Kennedy, whom he did not know, with a very surprised look on his face. In fact, I got the impression that after he had been admitted, he had paused a moment in the hall to listen to the strange voices in the Wardlaw study. Leslie nodded to him and introduced us, without quite knowing what to say or do, any more than Dr. Aitken. "A most incomprehensible case," ventured Aitken to us. "I can't for the life of me make it out." The doctor showed his perplexity plainly, whether it was feigned or not. "I'm afraid she's not quite so well as usual," put in Miss Langdale, speaking to him, but in a manner that indicated that first of all she wished any blame for her patient's condition to attach to us and not to herself. Dr. Aitken pursed his lips, bowed excusingly to us, and turned down the hall, followed by the nurse. As they passed on to Mrs. Wardlaw's room, I am sure they whispered about us. I was puzzled by Dr. Aitken. He seemed to be sincere, yet under the circumstances I felt that I must be suspicious of everybody and everything. Alone again for a moment, Kennedy turned his attention to the furniture of the room, and finally paused before a writing desk in the corner. He tried it. It was not locked, and he opened it. Quickly he ran through a pile of papers carefully laid under a paperweight at the back. A suppressed exclamation from him called my attention to something that he had discovered. There lay 2 documents, evidently recently drawn up. As we looked over the first, we saw that it was Dr. Wardlaw's will, in which he had left everything to his wife, although he was not an especially wealthy man. The other was the will of Mrs. Wardlaw. We devoured it hastily. In substance, it was identical with the first, except that at the end she had added 2 clauses. In the first she had done just as her mother had directed. $25,000 had been left to Dr. Aitken. I glanced at Kennedy, but he was reading on, taking the second clause. I read also. $50,000 was given to endow the New York Japanese mission. Immediately the thought of Cato and what Miss Langdale had told us flashed through my mind. A second time we heard the nurse's footsteps on the hardwood floor of the hall. Craig closed the desk softly. "Dr. Aitken is ready to go," she announced. "Is there anything more you wish to ask?" Kennedy spoke a moment with the doctor as he passed out, but aside from the information that Mrs. Wardlaw was, in his opinion, growing worse, the conversation added nothing to our meager store of information. "I suppose you attended Mrs. Marbury?" ventured Kennedy, of Miss Langdale, after the doctor had gone. "Not all the time," she admitted. "Before I came, there was another nurse, a Miss Hackstaff." "What was the matter? Wasn't she competent?" Miss Langdale avoided the question as though it were a breach of professional etiquette to cast reflections on another nurse, although whether that was the real reason for her reticence did not appear. Craig seemed to make a mental note of the fact. "Have you seen anything suspicious about this Cato?" put in Leslie, while Kennedy frowned at the interruption. Miss Langdale answered quickly, "Nothing." "Dr. Aitken has never expressed any suspicion?" pursued Leslie. "Oh, no," she returned. "I think I would have known it if he had any. No, I've never heard him even hint at anything." It was evident that she wished us to know that she was in the confidence of the doctor. "I think we'd better be going," interrupted Kennedy hastily, not apparently pleased to have Leslie break in the investigation just at present. Miss Langdale accompanied us to the door, but before we reached it, it was opened from the outside by a man who had once been and yet was handsome, although one could see that he had a certain appearance of having neglected himself. Leslie nodded and introduced us. It was Dr. Wardlaw. As I studied his face, I could see that, as Leslie had already told us, it plainly bore the stigma of nervousness. "Has Dr. Aitken been here?" he inquired, quickly of the nurse. Then, scarcely waiting for her even to nod, he added, "What did he say? Is Mrs. Wardlaw any better?" Miss Langdale seemed to be endeavoring to make as optimistic a report as the truth permitted, but I fancied Wardlaw read between the lines. As they talked, it was evident that there was a sort of restraint between them. I wondered whether Wardlaw might not have some lurking suspicion against Aitken or someone else. If he had, even in his nervousness, he did not betray it. "I can't tell you how worried I am," he murmured, almost to himself. "What can this thing be?" He turned to us, and although he had just been introduced, I am sure that our presence seemed to surprise him, for he went on talking to himself. "Oh yes, let me see. Oh yes, friends of Dr. Leslie." I had been studying him and trying to recall what I had just read of beriberi and polyneuritis. There flashed over my mind the recollection of what had been called Korsakoff's syndrome, in which one of the mental disturbances was the memory of recent events. Did not this, I asked myself, indicate plainly enough that Leslie might be right in his suspicions of beriberi? It was all the more apparent a moment later when, turning to Miss Langdale, Wardlaw seemed almost instantly to forget our presence again. At any rate, his anxiety was easy to see. After a few minutes' chat, during which Craig observed Wardlaw's symptoms too, we excused ourselves, and the Health Commissioner undertook to conduct us to his office to show us what he had done so far. As for me, I could not get Miss Langdale out of my mind, and especially the mysterious letter to Kennedy. What of it, and what of its secret sender? None of us said much until half an hour later, in the department laboratory, Leslie began to recapitulate what he had already done in the case. "You asked whether I had examined the food," he remarked, pausing in a corner before several cages in which were a number of pigeons, separated and carefully tagged. With a wave of his hand at one group of cages, he continued, "These fellows I have been feeding exclusively on samples of the various foods which I took from the Wardlaw family when I first went up there. Here, too, are charts showing what I have observed up to date. Over there are the controls, pigeons from the same group which have been fed regularly on the usual diet so that I can check my tests." Kennedy fell to examine the pigeons carefully, as well as the charts and records of feeding and results. None of the birds fed on what had been taken from the apartment looked well, though some were worse than others. "I want you to observe this fellow," pointed out Leslie at last, singling out one cage. The pigeon in it was a pathetic figure. His eyes seemed dull and glazed. He paid little or no attention to us. Even his food and water did not seem to interest him. Instead of strutting about, he seemed to be positively wobbly on his feet. Kennedy examined this one longer and more carefully than any of the rest. There are certainly all the symptoms of beriberi, or rather polyneuritis, in pigeons with that bird, admitted Craig, finally looking up at Leslie. The commissioner seemed to be gratified. You know, he remarked, beriberi itself is a common disease in the Orient. There has been a good deal of study of it, and the cause is now known to be the lack of something in the food, which in the Orient is mostly rice. Polishing the rice, which removes part of the outer coat, also takes away something that is necessary for life, which scientists now call vitamins. I may take some of these samples to study myself, interrupted Kennedy, as though the story of vitamins was an old one to him. By all means, agreed Leslie. Craig selected what he wanted, keeping each separate and marked, and excused himself, saying that he had some investigations of his own that he wished to make, and would let Leslie know the result as soon as he discovered anything. Kennedy did not go back directly to the laboratory, however. Instead, he went uptown and, to my surprise, stopped at one of the large breweries. What it was that he was after I could not imagine, but after a conference with the manager, he obtained several quarts of brewer's yeast, which he had sent directly down to the laboratory. Impatient though I was at this seeming neglect of the principal figures in the case, I knew nevertheless that Kennedy had already schemed out his campaign, and that whatever it was he had in mind was of first importance. Back at last in his own laboratory, Craig set to work on the brewer's yeast, deriving something from it by the plentiful use of a liquid labeled Lloyd's reagent, a solution of hydrous aluminum silicate. After working for some time, I saw that he had obtained a solid, which he pressed into the form of little whitish tablets. He had by no means finished, but noticing my impatience, he placed the 3 or 4 tablets in a little box and handed them to me. "You might take these over to Leslie in the department laboratory, Walter," he directed. "Tell him to feed them to that wobbly-looking pigeon over there, and let me know the moment he observes any effect." Glad of the chance to occupy myself, I hastened on the errand, and even presided over the first feeding of the bird. When I returned, I found that Kennedy had finished his work with the brewer's yeast and was now devoting himself to the study of the various samples of food which he had obtained from Leslie. He was just finishing a test of the baking powder when I entered, and his face showed plainly that he was puzzled by something that he had discovered. "What is it?" I asked. "Have you found out anything?" "This seems to be almost plain sodium carbonate," he replied mechanically. "And that indicates?" I prompted. "Perhaps nothing in itself," he went on less abstractedly. "But the use of sodium carbonate and other things which I have discovered in other samples disengages carbon dioxide at the temperature of baking and cooking. If you will look in that public health report on my desk, you'll see how the latest investigations have shown that bicarbonate of soda and a whole list of other things which liberate carbon dioxide destroy the vitamins Leslie was talking about. In other words, taken altogether, I should almost say there was evidence that a concerted effort was being made to affect the food, a result analogous with that of using polished rice as a staple diet and producing beriberi, or perhaps more accurately, polyneuritis. I can be sure of nothing yet, but it's worth following up." "Then you think Cato—" "Not too fast," cautioned Craig. "Remember, others had access to the kitchen too." In spite of his hesitancy, I could think only of the 2 paragraphs we had read in Mrs. Wardlaw's will, and especially of the last. Might not Cato have been forced or enticed into a scheme that promised a safe return and practically no chance of discovery? What gruesome mystery had been unveiled by the anonymous letter which had first excited our curiosity? It was late in the afternoon that Commissioner Leslie called us up, much excited, to inform us that the drooping pigeon was already pecking at food and beginning to show some interest in life. Kennedy seemed greatly gratified as he hung up the receiver. "Almost dinner time," he commented, with a glance at his watch. "I think we'll make another hurried visit to the Wardlaw apartment." We had no trouble getting in, although as outsiders we were more tolerated than welcome. Our excuse was that Kennedy had some more questions which we wished to ask Miss Langdale. While we waited for her, we sat, not in the study, but in the parlor. The folding doors into the dining room were closed, but across the hall we could tell by the sound when Cato was in the kitchen and when he crossed the hall. Once I heard him in the dining room. Before I knew it, Kennedy had hastily tiptoed across the hall and into the kitchen. He was gone only a couple of minutes, but it was long enough to place in the food that was being prepared, and in some unprepared, either the tablets he had made or a powder he had derived from them crushed up. When he returned, I saw from his manner that the real purpose of the visit had been accomplished, although when Miss Langdale appeared he went through the form of questioning her, mostly on Mrs. Marbury's sickness and death. He did not learn anything that appeared to be important, but at least he covered up the reason for his visit. Outside the apartment, Kennedy paused a moment. "There's nothing to do now but await developments," he meditated. "Meanwhile, there is no use for us to double up our time together. I have decided to watch Cato tonight. Suppose you shadow Dr. Aitken. Perhaps we may get a line on something that way." The plan seemed admirable to me. In fact, I had been longing for some action of the sort all afternoon, while Kennedy had been engaged in the studies which he evidently deemed more important. Accordingly, after dinner we separated, Kennedy going back to the Forum apartments to wait until Cato left for the night, while I walked farther up the drive to the address given in the directory as that of Dr. Aitken. It happened to be the time when the doctor had his office hours for patients, so that I was sure at least that he was at home when I took my station just down the street, carefully scrutinizing everyone who entered and left his house. Nothing happened, however, until the end of the hour during which he received office calls. As I glanced down the street, I was glad that I had taken an inconspicuous post, for I could see Miss Langdale approaching. She was not in her nurse's uniform, but seemed to be off duty for an hour or two, and I must confess she was a striking figure, even in that neighborhood which was noted for its pretty and daintily gowned girls. Almost before I knew it, she had entered the English basement entrance of Dr. Aitken's. I thought rapidly. What could be the purpose of her visit? Above all, how was I on the outside to find out? I walked down past the house, but that did no good. In a quandary, I stopped. Hesitation would get me nothing. Suddenly an idea flashed through my mind. I turned in and rang the bell. "It's past the doctor's office hours," informed the servant who opened the door. "He sees no one after hours." "But," I lied, "I have an appointment. Don't disturb him. I can wait." The waiting room was empty, I had seen, and I was determined to get in at any cost. Reluctantly, the servant admitted me. For several moments I sat quietly alone, fearful that the doctor might open the double doors of his office and discover me. But nothing happened, and I grew bolder. Carefully I tiptoed to the door. It was of solid oak and practically impervious to sound. The doors fitted closely, too. Still, by applying my ear, I could make out the sound of voices on the other side. I strained my ears both to catch a word now and then and to be sure that I might hear the approach of anybody outside. Was Aitken suspiciously interested in the pretty nurse, or was she suspiciously interested in him? Suddenly their voices became a trifle more distinct. "Then you think Dr. Wardlaw has it too?" I heard her ask. I did not catch the exact reply, but it was in the affirmative. They were approaching the door. In a moment it would be opened. I waited to hear no more, but seized my hat and dashed for the entrance from the street just in time to escape observation. Miss Langdale came out shortly, the doctor accompanying her to the door, and I followed her back to the Forum. What I had heard only added to the puzzle. Why her anxiety to know whether Wardlaw himself was affected? Why Aitken's solicitude in asserting that he was? Were they working together, or were they really opposed? Which might be using the other? My query still unanswered, I returned to Aitken's and waited about some time, but nothing happened, and finally I went to our own apartment. It was very late when Craig came in, but I was still awake and waiting for him. Before I could ask him a question, he was drawing from me what I had observed, listening attentively. Evidently he considered it of great importance, though no remark of his betrayed what interpretation he put on the episode. "Have you found anything?" I managed to ask finally. "Yes, indeed," he nodded thoughtfully. "I shadowed Cato from the Forum. It must have been before Miss Langdale came out that he left. He lives downtown in a tenement house. There's something queer about that chap." "I think there is," I agreed. "I don't like his looks." "But it wasn't he who interested me so much tonight," Craig went on, ignoring my remark, "as a woman." A woman? I queried in surprise. A Jap too? No, a white woman, rather good-looking too, with dark hair and eyes. She seemed to be waiting for him. Afterward, I made inquiries. She has been seen about there before. Who was she? I asked, fancying perhaps Miss Langdale had made another visit while she was out, although from the time it did not seem possible. I followed her to her house. Her name is Hackstaff. The first trained nurse, I exclaimed. Miss Hackstaff is an enigma, confessed Kennedy. At first I thought that perhaps she might be one of those women whom the Oriental type fascinated, that she and Cato might be plotting. Then I have considered that perhaps her visits to Cato may be merely to get information, that she may have an axe to grind. Both Cato and she will bear watching, and I have made arrangements to have it done. I've called on that young detective Chase, whom I've often used for the routine work of shadowing. There's nothing more that we can do now until tomorrow, so we might as well turn in. Early the next day, Kennedy was again at work, both in his own laboratory and in that of the health department, making further studies of the food and the effect it had on the pigeons, as well as observing what changes were produced by the white tablets he had extracted from the yeast. It was early in the forenoon when the buzzer on the laboratory door sounded, and I opened the door to admit Chase in a high state of excitement. "What has happened?" asked Craig eagerly. "Many things," reported the young detective breathlessly. "To begin with, I followed Miss Hackstaff from her apartment this morning. She seemed to be worked up over something. Perhaps she had had a sleepless night. As nearly as I could make out, she was going about aimlessly. Finally, however, I found that she was getting into the neighborhood of Dr. Aiken and of the Forum. Well, when we got to the Forum, she stopped and waited in front of it, I should say almost half an hour. I couldn't make out what it was she wanted, but at last I found out." He paused a moment, then raced on without urging. "Miss Langdale came out, and you should have seen the Hackstaff woman go for her." He drew in his breath sharply at the reminiscence. "I thought there was going to be a murder done on Riverside Drive." Miss Langdale screamed and ran back into the apartment. There was a good deal of confusion. The hall boys came to the rescue. In the excitement, I managed to slip into the elevator with her. No one seemed to think it strange then that an outsider should be interested. I went up with her, saw Wardlaw, and she poured out the story. "He's a queer one. Is he right?" "Why?" asked Craig indulgently. "He seemed so nervous. Things upset him so easily. Yet after we had taken care of Miss Langdale and matters had quieted down, I thought I might get some idea of the cause of the fracas and asked him if he knew of any reason. Why, he looked at me kind of blankly, and I swear he acted as though he had almost forgotten it already. I tell you, he's not right." Remembering our own experience, I glanced significantly at Craig. "Korsakoff syndrome?" I queried laconically. "Another example of a mind confused even on recent events?" Kennedy, however, was more interested in Chase. "What did Miss Hackstaff do?" he asked. "I don't know. I missed her. When I got out again, she was gone." "Pick her up again," directed Craig. "Perhaps you'll get her at her place. And see this time if you can get what I asked you." "I'll try," returned Chase, much pleased at the words of commendation which Craig added as he left us again. On what errand Chase had gone I could not guess, except that it had something to do with the strange woman who had so unexpectedly entered the case. Nor was Craig any more communicative. There were evidently many problems which only events could clear up even in his mind. Though he did not say anything, I knew that he was as impatient as I was, and as Leslie too, who called up once or twice to learn whether he had discovered anything. There was nothing to do but wait. It was early in the afternoon that the telephone rang and I answered it. It was Chase calling Kennedy. I heard only half the conversation and there was not much of that, but I knew that something was about to happen. Craig hastily summoned a cab, then in rapid succession called up Dr. Aitken and Leslie, for whom we stopped as our driver shot us over to the Forum apartments. There was no ceremony or unnecessary explanation about our presence, as Kennedy entered and directed Miss Langdale to bring her patients into the little office study of Dr. Wardlaw. Miss Langdale obeyed reluctantly. When she returned, I felt that it was appreciable that a change had taken place. Mrs. Wardlaw, at least, was improved. She was still ill, but she seemed to take a more lively interest in what was going on about her. As for Dr. Wardlaw, however, I could not see that there had been any improvement in him. His nervousness had not been abated. Cato, whom Kennedy summoned at the same time, preserved his usual imperturbable exterior. Miss Langdale, in spite of the incident of the morning, was quite as solicitous as ever of her charges. We had not long to wait for Dr. Aitken. He arrived, inquiring anxiously what had happened, although Kennedy gave none of us any satisfaction immediately as to the cause of his quick action. Aitken fidgeted uneasily, glancing from Kennedy to Leslie, then to Miss Langdale, and back to Kennedy, without reading any explanation in the faces. I knew that Craig was secretly taking his time both for its effect on those present and to give Chase a chance. Our poisons and our drugs, he began leisurely at length, are in many instances the close relatives of harmless compounds that represent the intermediate steps in the daily process of metabolism. There is much that I might say about protein poisons. However, that is not exactly what I want to talk about, at least at first. He stopped to make sure that he had the attention of us all. As a matter of fact, his manner was such that he attracted even the vagrant interest of the Wardlaws. I do not know how much of his suspicions Commissioner Leslie has communicated to you, he resumed, but I believe that you have all heard of the disease beriberi, so common in the Far East and known to the Japanese as kake. It is a form of polyneuritis, and as you doubtless know, is now known to be caused, at least in the Orient, by the removal of the pericarp and the polishing of rice. Our milling of flour is in a minor degree analogous. To be brief, the disease arises from the lack in diet of certain substances or bodies which modern scientists call vitamins. Small quantities of these vital principles are absolutely essential to normal growth and health and even to life itself. They are nitrogenous compounds, and their absence gives rise to a class of serious disorders in which the muscles surrender their store of nitrogen first. The nerves seem to be the preferred creditors, so to speak. They are affected only after the muscles begin to waste. It is an abstruse subject, and it is not necessary for me to go deeper into it now. I controlled my own interest in order to watch those about me. Cato, for one, was listening attentively, I saw. In my studies of the diet of this household, continued Kennedy, I have found that substances have been used in preparing food which kills vitamins. In short, the food has been denatured. Valuable elements, necessary elements, have been taken away. Aye, sir, not always in the kitchen, sir, interrupted Cato, still deferential. I not always know. With a peremptory wave of his hand, Kennedy silenced the Jap. It has long been a question, he hurried on, whether these vitamins are tangible bodies or just special arrangements of molecules. Recently, government investigators have discovered that they are bodies that can be isolated by a special process from the filtrated brewer's yeast by Lloyd's reagent. 5 grams of this, he held up some of the tablets he had made, for a 60-kilogram person each day are sufficient. Unknown to you, I have introduced some of this substance into the food already deficient in vitamins. I fancy that even now I can detect a change. He nodded toward Mrs. Wardlaw. There was a murmur of surprise in the room, but before Craig could continue further, the door opened and Mrs. Wardlaw uttered a nervous exclamation. There stood Chase with a woman. I recognized her immediately from Kennedy's description as Miss Hackstaff. Chase walked deliberately over to Kennedy and handed him something, while the nurse glanced calmly, almost with pity, at Mrs. Wardlaw, ignoring Wardlaw, then fixing her gaze venomously on Miss Langdale. Recalling the incident of the morning, I was ready to prevent, if necessary, a repetition now. Neither moved, but it was a thrilling, if silent, drama as the two women glared at each other. Kennedy was hastily comparing the anonymous note he had received with something Chase had brought. Someone, he shot out, suddenly, looking up and facing us, has, as I have intimated, been removing or destroying the vital principle in the food, these vitamins. Clearly, the purpose was to make this case look like an epidemic of beriberi, polyneuritis. That part has been clear to me for some time. It has been the source of this devilish plot which has been obscure. Just a moment, Cato. I will do the talking. My detective Chase has been doing some shadowing for me, as well as some turning over of past history. He has found a woman, a nurse, more than a nurse, a secret lover, cast off in favor of another. Miss Hackstaff, you wrote that letter. It is your hand for revenge on Miss Langdale and—" "You shan't have him," almost hissed Helen Hackstaff. "If I cannot, no one shall." Natalie Langdale faced her, defiant. "You are a jealous, suspicious person," she cried. "Dr. Aitken knows." "One moment," interrupted Craig. "Mrs. Marbury is gone. Mrs. Wardlaw is weakened." Yet all who are affected with nerve troubles are not necessarily suffering from polyneuritis. Someone here has been dilettanting with death. "It is of no use," he thundered, turning suddenly on a cowering figure. "You stood to win the most with the money and your unholy love. But Miss Hackstaff, cast off, has proved your nemesis. Your nervousness is the nervousness not of polyneuritis, but of guilt, Dr. Wardlaw." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Treasure Train by Arthur B. Reeve. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Rubber Dagger. Hypnotism can't begin to accomplish what Karatov claims. He's a fake, Kennedy. A fake. Professor Leslie Gaines of the Department of Experimental Psychology at the university paced excitedly up and down Craig's laboratory. "There have been complaints to the County Medical Society," he went on without stopping, "and they have taken the case up and arranged a demonstration for this afternoon. I've been delegated to attend it and report." I fancied from his tone and manner that there was just a bit more than professional excitement involved. We did not know Gaines intimately, though of course Kennedy knew of him and he of Kennedy. Some years before, I recollected, he had married Miss Edith Ashmore, whose family was quite prominent socially, and the marriage had attracted a great deal of attention at the time, for she had been a student in one of his courses when he was only an assistant professor. "Who is Karatov, anyhow?" asked Kennedy. "What is known about him?" "Dr. Galen Karatov, a Russian, I believe," returned Gaines. "He claims to be able to treat disease by hypnotism suggestion, he calls it, though it is really something more than that. As nearly as I can make out, it must almost amount to thought transference, telepathy, or some such thing. Oh, he has a large following, in fact, some very well-known people in the smart set are going to him. Why," he added, facing us, "Edith, my wife, has become interested in his hypnotic clinics, as he calls them. I tell her it is more than half sham, but she won't believe it." Gaines paused, and it was evident that he hesitated over asking something. "When is the demonstration?" inquired Kennedy, with unconcealed interest. The professor looked at his watch. "I'm going over there now, in fact. I'm just a bit late, only I happened to think of you, and it occurred to me that perhaps if you could add something to my report it might carry weight." "Would you like to come with me? Really, I should think that it might interest you." So far, Kennedy had said little besides asking a question or two. I knew the symptoms. Gaines need not have hesitated or urged him. It was just the thing that appealed to him. "How did Mrs. Gaines become interested in the thing?" queried Craig, a moment later, outside as we climbed into the car with the professor. "Through an acquaintance who introduced her to Karatov and the rest. Carita Belleville, the dancer, you know." Kennedy glanced at me, and I nodded that I had heard of her. It was only a few nights before that I had seen Carita in one of the midnight reviews, doing a dance which was described as the hypnotic whirl, a wild abandon of grace and motion. Carita Belleville had burst like a meteor on the sky of the Great White Way, blazing a gorgeous trail among the fixed stars of that gay firmament. She had even been taken up by society, or at least a certain coterie of it, had become much sought after to do exhibition dancing at social affairs, and now was well known in the amusement notes of the newspapers and the fashionable restaurants. She had hosts of admirers, and I had no doubt that Mrs. Gaines might well have fallen under the spell of her popularity. "What is Miss Belleville's interest in Karatov?" pursued Craig keenly. Gaines shrugged his shoulders. "Notoriety, perhaps," he replied. "It is a peculiar group that Karatov has gathered about him, they tell me." There was something unsatisfactory about the answer, and I imagined that Gaines meant purposely to leave it so as not to prejudice the case. Somehow I felt that there must be something risque in the doings of Karatov and his patients. At any rate, it was only natural with anything that Carita Belleville was likely to be concerned with. There was little time for further questions, for our destination was not far down the drive from the university, and the car pulled up before one of the new handsome and ornate studio apartments uptown. We followed Gaines into the building, and the hall boy directed us to a suite on the first floor. A moment later, we were admitted by Karatov himself to what had become known as his hypnotic clinic, really a most artistically furnished studio. Karatov himself was a tall, dark-haired fellow, bearded, somewhat sallow. Every feature of his remarkable face, however, was subordinate to a pair of wonderful, deep-set, piercing eyes. Even as he spoke, greeting Gaines on the rather ticklish mission he had come, and accepting us with a quick glance and nod, we could see instantly that he was indeed a fascinating fellow, every inch a mystic. His clinic, or as I have said, studio, carried out well the impression of mysticism that one derived from the strange personality who presided over it. There were only 2 or 3 rooms in the apartment, one being the large room down the end of a very short hall to which he conducted us. It was darkened, necessarily, since it was on the first floor of the tall building, and the air seemed to be heavy with odors that suggested the Orient. Altogether, there was a cultivated dreaminess about it that was no less exotic because studied. Dr. Karatov paused at the door to introduce us, and we could see that we were undergoing a close scrutiny from the party who were assembled there. On a quaint stand, tea was brewing, and the whole assemblage had an atmosphere of bohemian camaraderie which, with the professions of Karatov, promised well that Kennedy was not wasting time. I watched particularly the exchange of greetings between Professor Gaines and Edith Gaines, who was already there. Neither of them seemed to be perfectly at ease, though they betrayed as little as they could. However, one could not help noticing that each was watching the other, naturally. Edith Gaines was a pretty little woman, petite, light of hair, dainty, the very type of woman who craved for and thrived on attention. Here at least there seemed to be no lack of it. There was only one other woman in the room who attracted the men equally, Carita Belleville herself. Carita was indeed a stunning woman, tall, slender, dark, with a wonderful pair of magnetic eyes. As I watched, I could see that both women were quite friendly with Dr. Karatov, perhaps even rivals for his attention. I saw Gaines watching Carita attentively, never in the meantime failing for long to lose sight of Mrs. Gaines. Was he trying to estimate the relative popularity of the two in this strange group? If so, I failed to see any approval of either. Introductions were now coming so fast that neither Kennedy nor I had much opportunity except for the most cursory observation of the people. Among the men, however, I noticed 2 especially who proved worth observation. One was Armand Marchant, well known as a broker, not so much for his professional doings as for his other activities. Though successful, he was better known as one of those who desert Wall Street promptly at the hour of closing, to be found late in the afternoon at the tea dances uptown. Another was Cyril Errol, a man of leisure, well known also in the club world. He had inherited an estate, small perhaps, but ample to allow him to maintain appearances. Errol impressed you as being one to whom the good things of the world appealed mightily, a hedonist, and withal very much attracted to and by the ladies. It was fortunate that the serving of tea enabled us to look about and get our bearings. In spite of the suppressed excitement and obvious restraint of the occasion, we were able to learn much over the teacups. Errol seemed to vibrate between the group about Mrs. Gaines and that about Miss Belleville, welcome wherever he went, for he was what men commonly call a good mixer. Marchant, on the other hand, was almost always to be found not far from Edith Gaines. Perhaps it was the more brilliant conversation that attracted him, for it ran on many subjects, but it was difficult to explain it so to my satisfaction. All of which I saw Gaines duly noting, not for the report he had to make to the medical society, but for his own information. In fact, it was difficult to tell the precise degree of disapproval with which he regarded Karatov, Errol, and Marchant in turn, as he noted the intimacy of Edith Gaines with them. I wished that we might observe them all when they did not know it, for I could not determine whether she was taking pleasure in piquing the professor, or whether she was holding her admirers in leash in his presence. At any rate, I felt I need lay no claim to clairvoyance to predict the nature of the report that Gaines would prepare. The conversation was at its height when Karatov detached himself from one of the groups and took a position in a corner of the room alone. Not a word was said by him, yet as if by magic the buzz of conversation ceased. Karatov looked about as though proud of the power of even his silence. Whatever might be said of the man, at least his very presence seemed to command respect from his followers. I had expected that he would make some reference to Gaines and ourselves and the purpose of the meeting, but he avoided the subject and instead chose to leap right into the middle of things. "So that there can be no question about what I am able to do," he began, "I wish each of you to write on a piece of paper what you would like to have me cause anyone to do or say under hypnotism. You will please fold the paper tightly, covering the writing. I will read the paper to myself, still folded up, will hypnotize the subject, and will make the subject do whatever is desired. That will be the preliminary to what I have to say later about my powers in hypnotic therapeutics." Pieces of paper and little lead pencils were distributed by an attendant, and in the rustling silence that followed, each cudgeled his brain for something that would put to the test the powers of Karatov. Thinking, I looked about the room. Near the speaker stood a table on which lay a curious collection of games and books, musical instruments, and other things that might suggest actions to be performed in the test. My eyes wandered to a phonograph standing next to the table. Somehow I could not get Mrs. Gaines and Carita Belleville out of my head. Slowly I wrote, "Have Mrs. Gaines pick out a record, play it on the phonograph, then let her do as she pleases." Some moments elapsed while the others wrote. Apparently they were trying to devise methods of testing Dr. Karatov's mettle. Then the papers were collected and deposited on the table beside him. Apparently at random, Karatov picked out one of the folded papers, then seemingly without looking at it and certainly without unfolding it, as far as I could determine, he held it up to his forehead. It was an old trick, I knew. Perhaps he had palmed a sponge wet with alcohol or some other liquid, and brushed it over the paper, making the writing visible through it, and drying out rapidly so as to leave the paper opaque again long before any of us saw it a second time. Or was he really exercising some occult power? At any rate, he read it, or pretended to read it at least. "I am asked to hypnotize Mrs. Gaines," he announced, dropping the paper unconcernedly on the table beside the other pile, as though this were mere child's play for his powers. It was something of a shock to realize that it was my paper he had chanced to pick up first, and I leaned forward eagerly, watching. Mrs. Gaines rose, and every eye was riveted on her as Karatov placed her in an easy-chair before him. There was an expectant silence as Karatov moved the chair so that she could concentrate her attention only on a bright silver globe suspended from the ceiling. The half-light, the heavy atmosphere, the quiet, assured manner of the chief actor in the scene all combined to make hypnotization as nearly possible as circumstances could. Karatov moved before her, passing his hands with a peculiar motion before her eyes. It seemed an incredibly short time in which Edith Gaines yielded to the strange force which fascinated the group. "Quite susceptible," murmured Kennedy beside me, engrossed in the operation. "It is my test," I whispered back, and he nodded. Slowly Edith Gaines rose from the chair, faced us with unseeing eyes, except as Karatov directed. Karatov himself was a study. It seemed as if he had focused every ounce of his faculties on the accomplishment of the task in hand. Slowly still the woman moved, as if in a dream walk, over toward the phonograph, reached into the cabinet beneath it, and drew forth a book of records. Karatov faced us, as if to assure us that at that point he had resigned his control and was now letting her act for her subconscious self. Her fingers passed over page after page until finally she stopped, drew forth the record, placed it on the machine, wound it, then placed the record on the revolving disc. My first surprise was quickly changed to gratification. She had picked out the music to hypnotic whirl. I bent forward, more intent. What would she do next? As she turned, I could see, even in the dim light, a heightened color in her cheeks, as though the excitement of the catchy music had infected her. A moment later, she was executing, and very creditably too, an imitation of Carita herself in the review. What did it mean? Was it that consciously or unconsciously she was taking the slender dancer as her model? The skill and knowledge that she put into the dance showed plainly. Next to Kennedy, I saw Gaines leaning far forward, looking now at his wife, now at the little group. I followed his eyes. To my surprise, I saw Marchant, his gaze riveted on Edith Gaines as if she had been the star performer in a play. Evidently, my chance request to Karatov had been billed better than I knew. I ran my gaze over the others. Errol was no less engrossed than Marchant. Quickly, I glanced at Karita, wondering whether she might be gratified by the performance of a pupil. Whether it was natural grace or real hypnotism in the hypnotic whirl, I was surprised to see on Karita's face something that looked strangely akin to jealousy. It was as though some other woman had usurped her prerogative. She leaned over to speak to Errol with the easy familiarity of an old admirer. I could not hear what was said, and perhaps it was inconsequential. In fact, it must have been the very inconsequentiality of his reply that piqued her. He glanced at Marchant a moment, as if she had said something about him, then back at Edith Gaines. On his part, Professor Gaines was growing more and more furious. I had just about decided that the little drama in the audience was of far more importance and interest than even the dance, when the music ceased. Karatov approached, took Mrs. Gaines by the hand, led her back to the chair, and, at a word, she regained her normal consciousness. As she rose, still in a daze it seemed, it was quite evident that she had no waking realization of what had happened, for she walked back and sat down beside her husband, quite as though nothing had happened. As for me, I could not help wondering what had actually happened. What did it all mean? Had Mrs. Gaines expressed her own self, or was it Karatov, or Marchant, or Errol? What was the part played by Karita Belleville? Gaines did not betray anything to her, but their mutual attitude was eloquent. There was something of which he disapproved, and she knew it, some lack of harmony. What was the cause? As for Karatov's exhibition, it was all truly remarkable, whether in his therapeutics the man was a faker or not. Karatov seemed to realize that he had made a hit. Without giving anyone a chance to question him, he reached down quickly and picked up another of the papers, repeating the process through which he had gone before. "Mr. Errol," he summoned, placing the second folded paper on the table with the first. Errol rose and went forward, and Karatov placed him in the chair as he had Mrs. Gaines. There seemed to be no hesitation, at least on the part of Karatov's followers, to being hypnotized. Whatever it was written on the paper, the writer had evidently not trusted it to chance, as I had, but had told specifically what to do. At the mute bidding of Karatov, Errol rose. We watched breathlessly. Deliberately he walked across the room to the table, and to the astonishment of all save one, picked up a rubber dagger, one of those with which children play, which was lying in the miscellaneous pile on the table. I had not noticed it, but someone's keen eye had, and evidently it had suggested a melodramatic request. Quickly, Errol turned. If he had been a motion picture actor, he could not have portrayed better the similitude of hate that was written on his face. A few strides and he had advanced towards our little audience, now keyed up to the highest pitch of excitement by the extraordinary exhibition. "Of course," remarked Karatov, as at a word Errol paused, still poising the dagger, "you know that under hypnotism in the psychological laboratory, a patient has often struck at his enemy with a rubber dagger, going through all motions of real passion. Now!" No word was said by Karatov to indicate to Errol what it was that he was to do. But a gasp went up from someone as he took another step, and it was evident that it was Marchant whom he had singled out. For just a moment Errol poised the rubber dagger over his victim as if gloating. It was dramatic, realistic. As Errol paused, Marchant smiled at the rest of us, a sickly smile, I thought, as though he would have said that the play was being carried too far. Never for a moment did Errol take from him the menacing look. It was only a moment in the play, yet it was so unexpected that it seemed ages. Then, swiftly, down came the dagger on Marchant's left side just over the breast, the rubber point bending pliantly as it descended. A sharp cry escaped Marchant. I looked quickly. He had fallen forward, face down on the floor. Edith Gaines screamed as we rushed to Marchant and turned him over. For the moment, as Kennedy, Karatov, and Gaines bent over him and endeavored to loosen his collar and apply a restorative, consternation reigned in the little circle. I bent over too, and looked first at Marchant's flushed face, then at Kennedy. Marchant was dead. There was not a mark on him, apparently. Only a moment before he had been one of us. We could look at one another only in amazement, tinged with fear. Killed by a rubber dagger? Was it possible? "Call an ambulance, quick," directed Kennedy to me, though I knew that he knew it was of no use except as a matter of form. We stood about the prostrate form, stunned. In a few moments the police would be there. Instinctively we looked at Karatov. Plainly he was nervous and overwrought now. His voice shook as he brought Errol out of the trance, and Errol, dazed, uncomprehending, struggled to take in the horribly unreal tragedy which greeted his return to consciousness. It was an accident," muttered Karatov, eagerly trying to justify himself, though trembling for once in his life. "Arteriosclerosis, perhaps. Hardening of the arteries. Some weakness of the heart. I never—" He cut the words short as Edith Gaines reeled and fell into her husband's arms. She seemed completely prostrated by the shock. Or was it weakness following the high mental tension of her own hypnotization? Together we endeavored to revive her, waiting for the first flutter of her eyelids, which seemed an interminable time. Errol, in the meantime, was pacing the floor like one in a dream. Events had followed one another so fast in the confusion that I had only an unrelated series of impressions. It was not until a moment later that I realized the full import of the affair, when I saw Kennedy standing near the table in the position Karatov had assumed, a strange look of perplexity on his face. Slowly I realized what was the cause. The papers on which were written the requests for the exhibitions of Karatov's skill were gone. Whatever was done must be done quickly, and Kennedy looked about with a glance that missed nothing. Before I could say a word about the papers, he had crossed the room to where Marchant had been standing in the little group about Edith Gaines as we entered. On a side table stood the teacup from which he had been sipping. With his back to the rest, Kennedy drew from his breast pocket a little emergency case he carried containing a few thin miniature glass tubes. Quickly he poured the few drops of the dregs of the tea into one of the tubes, then into others tea from the other cups. Again he looked at the face of Marchant as though trying to read in the horrified smile that had petrified on it some mysterious secret hidden underneath. Slowly the question was shaping in my mind. Was it, as Karatov would have us believe, an accident? The clang of a bell outside threw us all into worse confusion, and a moment later, almost together, a white-coated surgeon and a blue-coated policeman burst into the room. It seemed almost no time in the swirl of events before the policeman was joined by a detective assigned by the central office to that district. "Well, doctor," demanded the detective as he entered, "what's the verdict?" "Arteriosclerosis, I think," replied the young surgeon. "They tell me there was some kind of hypnotic seance going on. One of them, named Errol, struck at him with a rubber dagger and—" "Get out!" scoffed the central office man. "Killed by a rubber dagger? Say, what do you think we are? What did you find when you entered, Sergeant?" The policeman handed the detective the rubber dagger which he had picked up, forgotten, on the floor where Errol had dropped it when he came out from the hypnotization. The detective took it gingerly and suspiciously with a growl. "I'll have the point of this analyzed. It may be, well, we won't say what may be. But I can tell you what is. You, Dr. Karatov, or whatever your name is, and you, Mr. Errol, are under arrest. It's a good deal easier to take you now than it will be later. Then if you can get a judge to release you, we'll at least know where you are." "This is outrageous! Preposterous!" stormed Karatov. "Can't help it," returned the officer coolly. "Why," exclaimed Carita Belleville, excitedly projecting herself before the two prisoners, "it's ridiculous! Even the ambulance surgeon says it was arteriosclerosis, an accident. "Very well, madam," calmed the sergeant. "So much the better. They'll get out of our hands that much quicker. Just at present it is my duty." Errol was standing silent, his eyes averted from the hideous form on the floor, not by word or action betraying a feeling. The police moved to the door. Weak and trembling still from the triple shock she had received, Edith Gaines leaned heavily on the arm of her husband, but it was, as nearly as I could make out, only for physical support. "I told you, Edith, it was a dangerous business," I heard him mutter. "Only I never contemplated that they carry it this far. Now you see what such foolishness can lead to." Weak though she was, she drew away and flashed a glance at him, resenting his man's "I told you so" manner. The last I saw of them in the confusion was as they drove off in the car, still unreconciled. Kennedy seemed well contented, for the present at least, to allow the police a free hand with Errol and Karatov. As for me, Mrs. Gaines and Carita Belleville presented a perplexing problem, but I said nothing, for he was hurrying back now to his laboratory. At once he drew forth the little tube containing the few drops of tea, and emptied a drop or two into a beaker of freshly distilled water as carefully as if the tea had been some elixir of life. As he was examining the contents of the beaker, his face clouded with thought. "Do you find anything?" I asked eagerly. Kennedy shook his head. "There's something wrong," he hazarded. "Perhaps it's only fancy, but I am sure that there is something with a slight odor in the tea, something tea-like but with a more bitter taste, something that would be nauseous if not concealed in the tea. There's more than tannin and sugar here." "Then you think that someone present placed something in the tea?" I inquired, shuddering at the thought that we had run some unknown danger. "I can't just say without further investigation of this and the other samples I took." "Still, you have eliminated that ridiculous dagger theory," I ventured. "The police can never appreciate the part it played," Craig answered noncommittally, laying out various chemicals preparatory to his exhaustive analysis. "I began to suspect something the moment I noticed that those notes which we all wrote were gone. When we find out about this tea, we may find who took them. Perhaps the mystery is not such a mystery after all, then." There seemed to be nothing that I could do in the meantime except to refrain from hindering Kennedy in his investigations, and I decided to leave him at the laboratory while I devoted my time to watching what the police might chance turn up, even if they should prove to be working on the wrong angle of the case. I soon found that they were showing energy, if nothing else. Although it was so soon after the death of Marchand, they had determined that there could not have been anything but rubber on the end of the toy dagger which had excited the doubts of the detective. As for the autopsy that was performed on Marchand, it did indeed show that he was suffering from hardening of the arteries due to his manner of living, as Karatov had asserted. Indeed, the police succeeded in showing that it was just for that trouble that Marchand was going to Karatov, which, to my mind, seemed quite sufficient to establish the therapeutic hypnotist as all but Gaines had accused him of being. Even to my lay mind, the treatment of arteriosclerosis by mental healing seemed, to say the least, incongruous. Yet the evidence against Karatov and Errol was so flimsy that they had little trouble in getting released on bail, though, of course, it was fixed very high. My own inquiries among the other reporters on the Star who might know something offered a more promising lead. I soon found that Errol had none too savory a reputation. His manner of life had added nothing to his slender means, and there was a general impression among his fellow club members that unfortunate investments had made serious inroads into the principal of his fortune. Still, I hesitated to form even an opinion on gossip. Quite unsatisfied with the result of my investigation, I could not restrain my impatience to get back to the laboratory to find out whether Kennedy had made any progress in his tests of the tea. "If you had been 5 minutes earlier," he greeted me, "you would have been surprised to find a visitor." "A visitor?" I repeated. "Who?" "Carita Belleville," he replied, enjoying my incredulity. "What could she want?" I asked at length. "That's what I've been wondering," he agreed. Her excuse was plausible. She said that she had just heard why I had come with Gaines. I suppose it was half an hour that she spent endeavoring to convince me that Karatov and Errol could not possibly have had any other connection than accidental with the death of Marchand. "Could it have been a word for them and half an hour for herself?" I queried, mystified. Kennedy shrugged. "I can't say. At any rate, I must see both Karatov and Errol, now that they were out. Perhaps they did send her, thinking I might fall for her. She hinted pretty broadly at using my influence with Gaines on his report. Then again, she may simply have been wondering how she herself stood." "Have you found anything?" I asked, noticing that his laboratory table was piled high with its usual paraphernalia. "Yes," he replied laconically, taking a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid and pouring a few drops in a beaker of slightly tinged water. The water turned slowly to a beautiful green. No sooner was the reaction complete than he took some bromine and added it. Slowly again the water changed, this time from green to a peculiar violet red. Adding more water restored the green color. "That's the Grandot test," he nodded with satisfaction. "I've tried the physiological test, too, with frogs from the biological department, and it shows the effect on the heart that I—" "What shows the effect?" I interrupted somewhat impatiently. "Oh, to be sure," he smiled. "I forgot I hadn't told you what I suspected. Why, digitalis. Foxglove, you know. I suppose it never occurred to the police that the rubber dagger might have covered up a peculiar poisoning? Well, if they'll take the contents of the stomach and alcohol, with a little water acidulated, strain off the filtrate and try it on a dog, they will see that its effect is the effect of digitalis. Digitalis is an accumulative poison and a powerful stimulant of arterial walls, by experimental evidence an ideal drug for the purpose of increasing blood pressure. Don't you see it?" he added excitedly. "The rubber dagger was only a means to an end. Someone who knew the weakness of Marchant first placed digitalis in his tea. That was possible because of the taste of the tea. Then, in the excitement of the act pantomimed by Errol, Marchant's disease carried him off, exactly as was to be expected under the circumstances. It was clever, diabolically clever. Whoever did it destroyed the note in which the act was suggested and counted that no one would ever stop to search for a poison in the tangle of events." Slowly but clearly I began to realize how certainly Kennedy was reconstructing the strange case. But who was it? What was the motive back of this sinister murder that had been so carefully planned that no one would ever suspect a crime? I had hardly framed the queries when our telephone rang. It was the central office man. The detective had anticipated my own line of inquiry, only had gone much further with it. He had found a clear record of the business relations existing between Errol and Marchant. One episode consisted of a stock deal between them in which Errol had invested in a stock which Marchant was promoting, and was known to be what brokers call cats and dogs. That, I reasoned, must have been the basis of the gossip that Errol had suffered financial losses that seriously impaired his little fortune. It was an important item, and Kennedy accepted it gladly, but said nothing of his own discovery. The time had not arrived yet to come out into the open. For a few moments after the talk with the detective, Kennedy seemed to be revolving the case, as though in doubt whether the new information cleared it up or added to the mystery. Then he rose suddenly. "We must find Karatov," he announced. Whatever might have been the connection of the hypnotist with this strange case, he was far too clever to betray himself by any such misstep as seeming to avoid inquiry. We found him easily at his studio apartment, nor did we have any difficulty in gaining admittance. He knew that he was watched and that frankness was his best weapon of defense. "Of course," opened Kennedy, "you know that investigation has shown that you were right in your diagnosis of the trouble with Marchant. Was it arterial sclerosis for which you were treating him?" "It would be unprofessional to discuss it," hastily parried Karatov. "But since Mr. Marchant is now dead, I think I may say that it was. In fact, few persons, outside of those whom I have associated about me, realize to what a wonderful extent hypnotism may be carried in the treatment of disease. Why, I have even had wonderful success with such disorders as diabetes mellitus. We are only on the threshold of understanding what a wonderful thing is the human mind and its effect on the material body." "But another patient might have known what Marchant was being treated for," interrupted Kennedy, ignoring the defense of Karatov, which was proceeding along the stereotyped lines of such vagaries which never seemed to be without followers. Karatov looked at him a moment in surprise. Evidently he was doing some hasty mental calculation to determine what was Craig's ulterior motive. And in spite of his almost uncanny claims and performances, I could see that he was able to read Kennedy's mind no whit better than myself. "I suppose so," he admitted. "No doctor was ever able to control his patients' tongues. Sometimes they boast of their diseases." "Especially if they are women?" hinted Kennedy, watching the effect of the remark keenly. "I have just had the pleasure of a visit from Carita Belleville in my laboratory." "Indeed," returned Karatov, with difficulty restraining his curiosity. "Miss Belleville has been very kind in introducing me to some of her friends and acquaintances, and I flatter myself that I have been able to do them much good." Then she was not a patient? Pursued Kennedy, studiously avoiding enlightening Karatov on the visit. Rather a friend, he replied quickly. It was she who introduced Mr. Errol. They are quite intimate, I believe, putting Kennedy at a chance. Really, I knew very little about it, Karatov avoided. Did she introduce Mr. Marchand? She introduced Mrs. Gaines, who introduced Mr. Marchand, the hypnotist replied with apparent frankness. You were treating Mrs. Gaines? Asked Craig, again shifting the attack unexpectedly. Yes, admitted Karatov, stopping. I imagine her trouble was more mental than physical, remarked Kennedy in a casual tone as though feeling his way. Karatov looked up keenly, but was unable to read Kennedy's face. I think, he said slowly, that one trouble was that Mrs. Gaines liked the social life better than the simple life. Your clinic, Mr. Marchand, and the rest better than her husband and the social life at the university, amplified Kennedy. I think you are right. She had drifted away from her husband, and when a woman does that, she has hosts of admirers, of a certain sort. I should say that Mr. Errol was the kind who would care more for the social life than the simple life, as you put it, too. I did not gather in what direction Kennedy was tending, but it was evident that Karatov felt more at ease. Was it because the quest seemed to be leading away from himself? I had noticed something of the sort, he ventured. I saw that they were alike in that respect, but of course Mr. Marchand was her friend. Suddenly the implication flashed over me, but before I could say anything, Kennedy cut in, Then Mr. Errol might have been enacting under hypnotism what were really his own feelings and desires? I cannot say that, replied Karatov, seeking to dodge the issue. But under the influence of suggestion, I suppose it is true that an evil-minded person might suggest to another the commission of a crime, and the other, deprived of free will, might do it. The rubber dagger has often been used for sham murders. The possibility of actual murder cannot be denied. In this case, however, there can be no question that it was an unfortunate accident. No question? Demanded Kennedy directly. If Karatov was concealing anything, he made good concealment. Either to protect himself or another, he showed no evidence of weakening his first theory of the case. No question as far as I know, he reiterated. I wondered whether Kennedy planned to enlighten him on the results of his laboratory tests, but was afraid to look at either for fear of betraying some hint. I was glad I did not. Kennedy's next question carried him far afield from the subject. Did you know that the Medical Society were interested in you and your clinic before the demonstration before Professor Gaines was arranged? I suspected someone was interested, answered Karatov quickly, but I had no idea who it might be. As I think it over now, perhaps it was Professor Gaines who instigated the whole inquiry. He would most likely be interested. My work is so far in advance of any that the conservative psychologists do that he would naturally feel hostile, would he not? Especially with the added personal motive of knowing that his wife was one of your patients, along with Carita Belleville, Marchand, Errol, and the rest, added Kennedy. Karatov smiled. I would not have said that myself. But since you have said it, I cannot help admitting its truth. Don't you suppose I could predict the nature of any report he would make? Karatov faced Kennedy squarely. There was an air almost of triumph in his eyes. I think I had better say no more, except under the advice of my lawyer, he remarked finally. When the police want me, they can find me here. Quite evident to me now, as we went out of the studio, was the fact that Karatov considered himself a martyr, that he was not only the victim of an accident, but of persecution as well. The fishing was good, remarked Kennedy tersely, as we reached the street. Now, before I see Errol, I should like to see Gaines again. I tried to reason it out as we walked along in silence. Marchand had known Edith Gaines intimately. Carita Belleville had known Errol as well. I recalled Errol hovering about Mrs. Gaines at the tea in the incident during the séance, when Carita Belleville had betrayed her annoyance over some remark by Errol. The dancing by Edith Gaines had given a flash of the jealous nature of the woman. Had it been interest in Errol that had led her to visit the laboratory? Kennedy was weaving a web about someone, I knew, but about whom? As we passed the corner, he paused, entered a drugstore, and called up several numbers at a pay station telephone booth. Then we turned into the campus and proceeded rapidly toward the laboratory of the psychological department. Gaines was there, sitting at his desk, writing as we entered. "I'm glad to see you," he greeted, laying down his work. "I am just finishing the draft of my report on the Karatov affair. I have been trying to reach you by telephone to know whether you would add anything to it. Is there anything new?" "Yes," returned Kennedy, "there is something new. I've just come from Karatov's, and on the way I decided suddenly that it was time we did something. So I have called up, and the police will bring Errol here as well as Miss Belleville. Karatov will come, he won't dare stay away, and I also took the liberty of calling Mrs. Gaines." "To come here?" repeated Gaines in mild surprise. "All of them?" "Yes. I hope you will pardon me for intruding, but I want to borrow some of your psychological laboratory apparatus, and I thought the easiest way would be to use it here rather than take it all over to my place and set it up again." "I'm sure everything is at your service," offered Gaines. "It's a little unexpected, but if the others can stand the chaotic condition of the room, I guess we can." Kennedy had been running his eye over the various instruments which Gaines and his students used in their studies, and was now examining something in a corner on a little table. It was a peculiar affair, quite simple, but conveying to me no idea of its use. There seemed to be a cuff, a glass chamber full of water into which it fitted, tubes and wires that attached various dials and recording instruments to the chamber, and what looked like a chronograph. "That is my new plethysmograph," remarked Gaines, noting with some satisfaction how Kennedy had singled it out. "I've heard the students talk of it," returned Kennedy. "It's an improved apparatus, Walter, that records one's blood flow." I nodded politely and concealed my ignorance in a discreet silence, hoping that Gaines would voluntarily enlighten us. "One of my students is preparing an exhaustive table," went on Gaines, "as I had hoped, showing the effects on blood distribution of different stimuli. For instance, cold, heat, chloroform, adrenaline, desire, disgust, fear, physical conditions, drugs, emotions. All sorts of things can be studied by this plethysmograph, which can be set to record blood flow through the brain, the extremities, any part of the body. When the thing is charted, I think we shall have opened up a new field." "Certainly a very promising one for me," put in Kennedy. "How has this machine been improved? I've seen the old ones, but this is the first time I've seen this. How does it work?" "Well," explained Gaines with just a touch of pride, "you see, for studying blood flow in the extremities, I slip this cuff over my arm, we'll say. Suppose it is the effect of pain I want to study. Just jab that needle in my other arm. Don't mind, it's in the interest of science. See, when I winced then, the plethysmograph recorded it. It smarts a bit, and I'm trying to imagine it smarts worse. You'll see how pain affects blood flow." As they watched the indicator, Kennedy asked one question after another about the working of the machine, and the manner in which the modern psychologist was studying every emotion. "By the way, Walter," he interrupted, glancing at his watch, "call up and see if they've started with Errol and the rest yet. Don't stop, Gaines. I must understand this thing before they get here. It's just the thing I want." "I shall be glad to let you have it then," replied Gaines. "I think I'll need something new with these people," went on Kennedy. "Why, do you know what I've discovered?" "No, but I hope it's something I can add to my report." "Perhaps. We'll see. In the first place, I found that digitalis had been put in Marchand's tea." "They'll be here directly," I reported from the telephone, hanging it up and joining them again. "It couldn't have been an accident, as Karatov said," went on Kennedy rapidly. "The drug increased the blood pressure of Marchand, who was already suffering from hardening of the arteries. In short, it is my belief that the episode of the rubber dagger was deliberately planned, an elaborate scheme to get Marchand out of the way. No one else seems to have noticed it, but those slips of paper on which we all wrote have disappeared. At the worst, it would look like an accident. Karatov would be blamed, and—" There was a noise outside as the car pulled up. "Here, let me take this off before any of them see it," whispered Gaines, removing the cuff, just as the door opened and Errol and Karatov, Carita Belleville, and Edith Gaines entered. Before even a word of greeting passed, Kennedy stepped forward. "It was not an accident," he repeated. "It was a deliberately planned, apparently safe means of revenge on Marchand, the lover of Mrs. Gaines. Without your new plethysmograph, Gaines, you might have thrown it on an innocent person." End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Treasure Train by Arthur B. Reeve. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Submarine Mine. Here's the bullet. What I want you to do, Professor Kennedy, is to catch the crank who fired it. Captain Lansing Marlowe, head of the New American Shipbuilding Trust, had summoned us in haste to the Belclare, and had met us in his suite with his daughter Marjorie. Only a glance was needed to see that it was she, far more than her father, who was worried. "You must catch him," she appealed. "Father's life is in danger. Oh, you simply must." I knew Captain Marlowe to be a proverbial fire-eater, but in this case at least he was no alarmist. For on the table, as he spoke, he laid a real bullet. Marjorie Marlowe shuddered at the mere sight of it and glanced apprehensively at him as if to reassure herself. She was a tall, slender girl, scarcely out of her teens, whose face was one of those quite as striking for its character as its beauty. The death of her mother a few years before had placed on her much of the responsibility of the captain's household, and with it a charm added to youth. More under the spell of her plea than even Marlowe's vigorous urging, Kennedy, without a word, picked up the bullet and examined it. It was one of the modern Spitzer type, quite short, conical in shape, tapering gradually, with the center of gravity back near the base. "I suppose you know," went on the captain eagerly, "that our company is getting ready tomorrow to launch the Usona, the largest liner that has ever been built on this side of the water. The name is made up of the initials of the United States of North America. Just now," he added enthusiastically, "is what I call the golden opportunity for American shipping. While England and Germany are crippled, it's our chance to put the American flag on the sea as it was in the old days, and we're going to do it. Why, the shipyards of my company are worked beyond their capacity now." Somehow the captain's enthusiasm was contagious. I could see that his daughter felt it, that she was full of fire over the idea. But at the same time something vastly more personal weighed on her mind. "But father," she interrupted anxiously, "tell them about the bullet." The captain smiled indulgently, as though he would say that he was a tough old bird to wing. It was only a mask to hide the fighting spirit underneath. "We've had nothing but trouble ever since we laid the keel of that ship," he continued pugnaciously. "Strikes, a fire in the yard, delays, about everything that could happen. Lately we've noticed a motorboat hanging about the riverfront of the yards, so I've had a boat of my own patrolling the river." "What sort of craft is this other?" inquired Kennedy, interested at once. "A very fast one, like those express cruisers that we hear so much about now." "Whose is it? Who was in it? Have you any idea?" Marlowe shook his head doubtfully. "No idea. I don't know who owns the boat or who runs it. My men tell me they think they've seen a woman in it sometimes, though. I've been trying to figure it out. Why should it be hanging about? It can't be spying. There isn't any secrecy about the Usona. Why is it? It's a mystery." "And the shot?" prompted Craig, tapping the bullet. "Oh yes, let me tell you. Last night Marjorie and I arrived from Bar Harbor in my yacht for the launching. It's anchored off the yard now. Well, early this morning, while it was still gray and misty, I was up. I'll confess I'm worried over tomorrow. I hadn't been able to forget that cruiser. I was out on the deck, peering into the mist, when I'm sure I saw her. I was just giving a signal to the boat we have patrolling, when a shot whistled past me and the bullet buried itself in the woodwork of the main saloon back of me. I dug it out of the wood with my knife, so you see I got it almost unflattened. That's all I've got, too. The cruiser made a getaway clean." "I'm sure it was aimed at him," Marjorie exclaimed. "I don't think it was chance. Don't you see? They've tried everything else. Now if they could get my father the head of the company, that would be a blow that would cripple the trust." Marlowe patted his daughter's hand reassuringly and smiled again, as though not to magnify the incident. Marjorie was so alarmed, he confessed, that nothing would satisfy her but that I should come ashore and stay here at the Belclare, where we always put up when we are in town. The telephone rang and Marjorie answered it. "I hope you'll pardon me," she excused, hanging up the receiver. "They want me very much downstairs." Then, appealing, she added, "I'll have to leave you with father, but please, you must catch that crank who is threatening him." "I shall do my level best," promised Kennedy. "You may depend on that." "You see," explained the captain as she left us, I've invited quite a large party to attend the launching, for one reason or another. Marjorie must play hostess. They're mostly here at the hotel. Perhaps you saw some of them as you came in." Craig was still scanning the bullet. "It looks almost as if someone had dum-dummed it," he remarked finally. "It's curiously done, too. Just look at those grooves." Both the captain and I looked. It had a hard jacket of cupro nickel, like the army bullet, covering a core of softer metal. Someone had notched or scored the jacket as if with a sharp knife, though not completely through it. Had it been done for the purpose of inflicting a more frightful wound if it struck the captain? "There have been other shots, too," went on Marlowe. "One of my watchmen was wounded the night before. It didn't look like a serious wound, in the leg, yet the poor fellow seems to be in a bad way, they tell me." "How is that?" asked Craig, glancing up quickly from studying the bullet. "The wound seems to be all puffed up and very painful. It won't heal, and he seems to be weak and feverish. Why, I'm afraid the man will die." "I'd like to see that case," remarked Kennedy thoughtfully. "Very well. I'll have you driven to the hospital where we have had to take him. I'd like to see the yards, too, and the Usona," he added. "All right. After you go to the hospital, I'll meet you at the yards at noon. Now, if you'll come downstairs with me, I'll get my car and have you taken to the hospital first." We followed Marlowe into the elevator and rode down. In the large parlor, we saw that Marjorie Marlowe had joined a group of the guests, and the captain turned aside to introduce us. Among them, I noticed a striking-looking woman, somewhat older than Marjorie. She turned as we approached and greeted the captain cordially. "I'm so glad there was nothing serious this morning," she remarked, extending her hand to him. "Oh, nothing at all, nothing at all," he returned, holding the hand I thought just a bit longer than was necessary. Then he turned to us. "Miss Alma Hillman, let me present Professor Kennedy and Mr. Jameson." I was not so preoccupied in taking in the group that I did not notice that the captain was more than ordinarily attentive to her. Nor can I say that I blamed him, for although he might almost have been her father in age, there was a fascination about her that youth does not often possess. Talking with her had been a young man, slender, good-looking, with almost a military bearing. "Mr. Ogilvy Fitzhugh," introduced Marjorie, seeing that her father was neglecting his duties. Fitzhugh bowed and shook hands, murmured something stereotyped, and turned again to speak to Marjorie. I watched the young people closely. If Captain Marlowe was interested in Alma, it was more than evident that Fitzhugh was absolutely captivated by Marjorie, and I fancied that Marjorie was not averse to him, for he had a personality and manner which were very pleasing. As the conversation ran gaily on to the launching and the gathering party of notables who were expected that night and the next day, I noticed that a dark-eyed, dark-haired, olive-complexioned young man approached and joined us. "Dr. Gavira," said Marlowe, turning to us, his tone indicating that he was well acquainted about the hotel. "He is our house physician." Gavira also was welcomed in the party, chatting with animation. It was apparent that the physician also was very popular with the ladies, and it needed only half an eye to discern that Fitzhugh was jealous when he talked to Marjorie, while Marlowe but ill concealed his restlessness when Gavira spoke to Alma. As for Alma, she seemed to treat all men impartially, except that just now it pleased her to bestow the favor of her attention on the captain. Just then a young lady, all in white, passed. Plainly she did not belong to the group, though she was much interested in it. As his eye roved over the parlor, Gavira caught her glance and bowed. She returned it, but her look did not linger. For a moment she glanced sharply at Fitzhugh, still talking to Marjorie, then at Marlowe and Alma Hillman. She was a very pretty girl with eyes that it was impossible to control. Perhaps there was somewhat of the flirt in her. It was not that that interested me, for there was something almost akin to jealousy in the look she gave the other woman. Marlowe was too engrossed to see her, and she passed on slowly. What did it mean, if anything? The conversation, as usual at such times, consisted mostly of witticisms, and just at present we had a rather serious bit of business in hand. Kennedy did not betray any of the impatience that I felt, yet I knew he was glad when Marlowe excused himself when we left the party and passed down the corridor while the captain called his car. "I don't know how you are going to get at this thing," he remarked, pausing after he had sent a boy for his driver. "But I'll have to rely on you. I've told you all I know. I'll see you at noon at the yards. My man will take you there." As he turned and left us, I saw that he was going in the direction of the barber shop. Next to it and in connection with it, though in a separate room, was a manicure. As we passed, we looked in. There at the manicure's table sat the girl who had gone by us in the parlor and had looked so sharply at Marlowe and Alma. The boy had told us that the car was waiting at a side entrance, but Kennedy seemed now in no haste to go, the more so when Marlowe, instead of going into the barber shop, apparently changed his mind and entered the manicure's. Craig stopped and watched. From where we were, we could see Marlowe, though his back was turned, and neither he nor the manicure could see us. For a moment the captain paused and spoke, then sat down. Quite evidently he had a keen eye for a pretty face and trim figure. Nor was there any mistaking the pains which the manicure took to please her rich and elderly customer. After watching them a moment, Kennedy lounged over to the desk in the lobby. "Who is the little manicure girl?" he asked. The clerk smiled. "Seems as if she was a good drawing card for the house, doesn't it?" he returned. "All the men notice her. Why, her name is Ray Melzer." He turned to speak to another guest before Kennedy could follow with another inquiry. As we stood before the desk, a postman with his parcel post arrived. "Here's a package addressed to Dr. Fernando Gavira," he said brusquely. "It was broken in the mail. See?" Kennedy, waiting for the clerk to be free again, glanced casually at the package at first, then with a sudden though concealed interest. I followed his eye. In the crushed box could be seen some thin broken pieces of glass and a wadding of cotton wool. As the clerk signed for another package, Craig saw a chance, reached over and abstracted 2 or 3 of the broken pieces of glass, then turned with his back to the postman and clerk and examined them. One I saw at once had a rim around it. It was quite apparently the top of a test tube. The other, to which some cotton wool still adhered, was part of the rounded bowl. Quickly, Craig dropped the pieces into one of the hotel envelopes that stood in a rack on the desk, then, changing his mind about asking more now about the little manicure, strode out of the side entrance where Marlowe's car was waiting for us. Hurriedly, we drove across town to the city hospital, where we had no difficulty in being admitted and finding in a ward, on a white cot, the wounded guard. Though his wound was one that should not have bothered him much, it had, as Marlowe said, puffed up angrily and in a most peculiar manner. He was in great pain with it, and was plainly in a bad way. Though he questioned the man, Craig did not get anything out of him, except that the shot had come from a cruiser which had been hanging about and was much faster than the patrol boat. The nurse and a young intern seemed inclined to be reticent, as though we might imply that the male's condition reflected on the care he had received, which they were at pains to convince us had been perfect. Puzzled himself, Craig did not say much, but as he pondered the case, shook his head gravely to himself and finally walked out of the hospital abstractedly. "We have almost an hour before we are to meet Marlowe at the yard," he considered, as we came to the car. "I think I'll go up to the laboratory first." In the quiet of his own workshop, Kennedy carefully examined again the peculiar grooves on the bullet. He was about to scrape it, but paused. Instead, he filled the tube with a soapy solution, placed the bullet in it, and let it stand. Next, he did the same with the pieces of glass from the envelope. Then he opened a drawer and from a number of capillary pipettes selected a plain capillary tube of glass. He held it in the flame of a burner until it was red hot. Then carefully he drew out one end of the tube until it was hair-fine. Again he heated the other end, but this time he let the end alone, except that he allowed it to bend by gravity, then cool. It now had a siphon curve. Another tube he treated in the same way. By this time he was ready to proceed with what he had in mind. He took a glass slide and on it placed a drop from each of the tubes containing the bullet in the glass. That done, he placed the bent larger end of the capillary tubes in turn on each of the drops on the slide. The liquid ascended the tubes by capillary attraction and siphoned over the curve, running as he turned the tubes up to the finely pointed ends. Next, in a watch glass, he placed some caustic soda and in another some pyrogallic acid, from each of which he took just a drop, as he had done before, inclining the tubes to let the fluid gravitate to the throttle end. Finally, in the flame, he sealed both the tip and butt of the tubes. "There's a bubble of air in there," he remarked. "The acid and the soda will absorb the oxygen from it. Then I can tell whether I'm right. "By the way, we'll have to hurry if we're to be on time to meet Marlowe in the yard," he announced, glancing at his watch as he placed the tubes in his little electric incubator. We were a little late as the chauffeur pulled in at the executive offices at the gate of the shipyard, and Marlowe was waiting impatiently for us. Evidently he wanted action, but Kennedy said nothing yet of what he suspected, and appeared now to be interested only in the yard. It was indeed something to interest anyone. Everywhere were tokens of feverish activity, in office, shop, and slip. As we picked our way across, little narrow and big wide gauge engines and trains whistled and steamed about. We passed rolling mills, forging machines, and giant shearing machines, furnaces for heating the flames or ribs, stone floors on which they could be pegged out and bent to shape, places for rolling and trimming the plates, everything needed from the keel plates to the deck. In the towering superstructure of the building slip, we at last came to the huge steel monster itself, the Usona. As we approached, above us rose her bow, higher than a house, with poppets both there and at the stern, as well as bracing to support her. All had been done up to the launching, the stem and stern posts set in place, her sides framed and plated up, decks laid, bulkheads and casings completed, even much of her internal fitting done. Overhead and all about the huge monster was a fairy network of steel, the vast permanent construction of columns and overhead girders. Suspended beneath was a series of tracks carrying traveling and revolving cranes capable of handling the heaviest pieces. We climbed to the top and looked down at the vast stretch of hundreds of feet of deck. It was so vast that it seemed rather the work of a Superman than of the puny little humans working on her. As I looked down the slip where the Usona stood, inclined about half an inch to the foot, I appreciated as never before what a task it was merely to get her into the water. Below again, Marlowe explained to us how the launching ways were composed of the ground ways, fastened to the ground as the name implied, and the sliding ways that were to move over them. The sliding ways, he said, were composed of a lower course and an upper course, on which rested the cradle, fitting closely to the side of the ship. To launch her, she must be lifted slightly by the sliding ways and cradle from the keel blocks and bilge blocks, and this was done by oak wedges, hundreds of which we could see jammed between the upper and lower courses of sliding ways. Next he pointed out the rib bands which were to keep the sliding ways on the ground ways, and at the bow the points on either side where the sliding and ground ways were bolted together by two huge timbers known as sole pieces. "You see," he concluded, "it is a gigantic task to lift thousands of tons of steel and literally carry it a quarter of a mile to 40 feet of water in less than a minute. Everything has to be calculated to a nicety. It's a matter of mathematics, the moment of weight, the moment of buoyancy, and all that. This launching apparatus is strong, but compared to the weight it has to carry, it is really delicate. Why, even a stray bolt in the ways would be a serious matter. That's why we have to have this eternal vigilance." As he spoke, with a significant look at Kennedy, I felt that it was no wonder that Marlowe was alarmed for the safety of the ship. Millions were at stake for just that minute of launching. It was all very interesting, and we talked with men whom it was a pleasure to see handling great problems so capably. But none could shed any light on the problem which it was Kennedy's to solve. And yet I felt sure, as I watched Craig, that unsatisfactory as it appeared to Marlowe and to myself, he was slowly forming some kind of theory, or at least plan of action, in his head. "You'll find me either here or at the hotel, I imagine," returned Marlowe to Kennedy's inquiry as we parted from him. "I've instructed all the men to keep their eyes open. I hope some of us have something to report soon." Whether or not the remark was intended as a hint to Kennedy, it was unnecessary. He was working as fast and as surely as he could, going over in hours what others had failed to fathom in weeks. Late in the afternoon we got back to the laboratory, and Craig began immediately by taking from the little electric incubator the two crooked tubes he had left there. Breaking off the ends with tweezers, he began examining on slides the two drops that exuded, using his most powerful microscope. I was forced to curb my impatience as he proceeded carefully, but I knew that Craig was making sure of his ground at each step. "I suppose you're bursting with curiosity," he remarked at last, looking up from his examination of one of the slides. "Well, here's a drop that shows what was in the grooves of that bullet. Just take a look." I applied my eye to the microscope. All I could see was some dots and rods, sometimes something that looked like chains of dots and rods, the rods straight with square ends, sometimes isolated, but more usually joined end to end in long strings. "What is it?" I asked, not much enlightened by what he had permitted me to see. "Anaerobic bacilli and spores," he replied excitedly. "The things that produce the well-known gas gangrene of the trenches, the gas phlegmon bacilli, all sorts, the Bacillus aerogenus capsulatus, Bacillus proteus, pyogenic cocci, and others, actively gas-forming microbes that can't live in air. The method I took to develop and discover them was that of Colonel Sir Almroth Wright of the British Army Medical Corps." "And that is what was on the bullet?" I queried. "The spores are seeds," he replied. "In the tubes, by excluding the air, I have developed the bacilli. Why, Walter," he went on seriously, "those are among the microbes most dreaded in the infection of wounds. The spores live in the earth, it has been discovered, especially in cultivated soil, and they are extraordinarily long-lived, lying dormant for years, waiting for a chance to develop. These rods you saw are only from 5 to 15 thousandths of a millimeter long and not more than 1,000th of a millimeter broad. You can't see them move here because the air has paralyzed them, but these vibrios move among the corpuscles of the blood just as a snake moves through the grass, to quote Pasteur. If I colored them, you would see that each is covered with fine vibrating hairs 3 or 4 times as long as itself. At certain times, an oval mass forms in them. That is the spore which lives so long and is so hard to kill. It was the spores that were on the bullet. They resist any temperature except comparatively high and prolonged, and even resist antiseptics for a long time. On the surface of a wound they aren't so bad, but deep in they distill minute gas bubbles, puff up the surrounding tissues, and are almost impossible to combat." As he explained what he had found, I could only stare at him while the diabolical nature of the attack impressed itself on my mind. Someone had tried to murder Marlowe in this most hideous way. No need to be an accurate marksman when a mere scratch from such a bullet meant ultimate death anyhow. Why had it been done, and where had the cultures come from? I asked myself. I realized fully the difficulty of trying to trace them. Anyone could purchase germs, I knew. There was no law governing the sale. Craig was at work again over his microscope. Again he looked up at me. "Here in this other film I find the same sort of wisp-like anaerobes," he announced. There was the same thing on those pieces of glass that I got. In my horror at the discovery, I had forgotten the broken package that had come to the hotel desk while we stood there. "Then it was Gavira who was receiving spores and cultures of the anaerobes," I exclaimed excitedly. "But that doesn't prove that it was he who used them," cautioned Craig, adding, "not yet at least." Important as the discoveries were which he had made, I was not much farther along in fixing the guilt of anybody in particular in the case. Kennedy, however, did not seem to be perturbed, though I wondered what theory he could have worked out. "I think the best thing for us to do will be to run over to the Belclair," he decided as he doffed his laboratory coat and carefully cleansed his hands in an antiseptic almost boiling hot. "I should like to see Marlowe again, and besides, there we can watch some of these people around him." Whom he meant other than Gavira I had no idea, but I felt sure with the launching now only a matter of hours, something was bound to happen soon. Marlowe was out when we arrived, in fact, had not yet returned from the yard. Nor had many of the guests remained at the hotel during the day. Most of them had been out sightseeing, though now they were returning, and as they began to gather in the hotel parlor, Marjorie was again called on to put them at their ease. Fitzhugh had returned, and had wasted no time dressing and getting downstairs again to be near Marjorie. Gavira also appeared, having been out on a case. "I wish you would call up the shipyard, Walter," asked Kennedy, as we stood in the lobby, where we could see best what was going on. "Tell him I would like to see him very urgently." I found the number and entered a booth, but as often happens, the telephone central was overwhelmed by the rush of early evening calls, and after waiting some time the only satisfaction I got was that the line was busy. Meanwhile I decided to stick about the booth so that I could get the yard as soon as possible. From where I stood I could see that Kennedy was closely watching the little manicure, Ray Melzer. A moment later I saw Alma Hillman come out of the manicure shop, and before anyone else could get in to monopolize the fascinating little manicure, I saw Craig saunter over and enter. I was so interested in what he was doing that for the moment I forgot about my call and found myself unconsciously moving over in that direction too. As I looked in, I saw that he was seated at the little white table, in much the same position as Marlowe had been, deeply in conversation with a girl, though of course I could not make out what they were talking about. Once she turned to reach something on a shelf back of her. Quick as a flash, Kennedy abstracted a couple of the nearest implements, one being a nail file and the other, I think, a brush. A moment later she resumed her work, Kennedy still talking and joking with her, though furtively observing. "Where is my nail file and brush?" I could imagine her saying, as she hunted for them in pretty confusion, aided by Kennedy, who, when he wanted to, could act the Fitzhugh and Guevara as well as they. The implements were not to be found, and from a drawer she took another set. Just then Guevara passed on his way to his office in the front of the building, saw me, and smiled. "Kennedy's cut you out," he laughed, catching a glimpse through the door. "Never mind. I used to think I had some influence there myself, till the captain came along. I tell you, these oldsters can give us points." I laughed too, and joined him down the hall, not because I cared what he thought, but because his presence had reminded me of my original mission to call up Marlowe. However, I decided to postpone calling another moment and take advantage of the chance to talk to the house physician. "Yes," I agreed, as long as he had opened the subject. "I fancy the captain likes young people. He seems to enjoy being with them, Miss Hillman, for instance." Guevara shot a sidelong glance at me. "The Belclair's a dangerous place for a wealthy widower," he returned. I had some hopes in that direction myself, in spite of Fitzhugh, but the captain seems to leave us all at the post. Still, I suppose I may still be a brother to her, and physician. So I should worry. The impression I got of Guevara was that he enjoyed his freedom too much ever to fall in love, though an intimacy now and then with a clever girl like Alma Hillman was a welcome diversion. "I'm sorry I shan't be able to be with you until late tonight," he said as he paused at his office door. "I'm in the medical corps of the guard, and I promised to lecture tonight on gunshot wounds. Some of my material got smashed up, but I have my lantern slides anyhow. I'll try to see you later, though." Was that a clever attempt at confession and avoidance on his part? I wondered. But then I reflected he could not possibly know that we knew he had anaerobic microbes and spores in his possession. I had cleared up nothing, and I hastened to call up the shipyard, sure that the line could not be busy still. Whatever it was that was the matter, Central seemed unable to get me my number. Instead, I found myself cut right into a conversation that did not concern me, evidently the fault of the hotel switchboard operator. I was about to protest when the words I heard stopped me in surprise. A man and a woman were talking, though I could not recognize the voices and no names were used. "I tell you I won't be part to that launching scheme," I heard the man's voice. "I wash my hands of it. I told you that all along." "Then you're going to desert us?" came back the woman's voice rather tartly. "It's for that girl. Well, you'll regret it. I'll turn the whole organization on you. I will. You... The voices trailed off, and try as I could to get the operator to find out who it was, I could not. Who was it? What did it mean? Kennedy had finished with the manicure some time before and was waiting for me impatiently. "I haven't been able to get Marlowe," I hastened, "but I've had an earful." He listened keenly as I told him what I had heard, adding also the account of my encounter with Guevara. "It's just as I thought, I'll wager," he muttered excitedly under his breath, taking a hurried turn down the corridor, his face deeply wrinkled. "Well, anything new? I expected to hear from you, but haven't," boomed the deep voice of Marlowe, who had just come in from an entrance in another direction from that which we were pacing. "No clue yet to my crank?" Without a word, Kennedy drew Marlowe aside in a little deserted alcove. Marlowe followed, puzzled at the air of mystery. Alone, Craig leaned over toward him. "It's no crank," he whispered in a low tone. "Marlowe, I'm convinced that there is a concerted effort to destroy your plans for American commerce building. There isn't the slightest doubt in my mind that it is more serious than you think. Perhaps a powerful group of European steamship men opposed to you. It's an economic war. You know they have threatened it at meetings reported in the press all along. Well, it's here." Half doubting, half convinced, Marlowe drew back. One after another he shot a rapid fire of questions. Who then was their agent who would fire the shot? Who was it who had deserted, as I had heard over the wire? Above all, what was it they had planned for the launching? The deeper he got, the more the beads of perspiration came out on his sunburnt forehead. The launching was only 18 hours off, too, and 10 of them were darkness. What could be done? Kennedy's mind was working rapidly in the crisis as Marlowe appealed to him almost helplessly. "May I have your car tonight?" asked Craig, pausing. "Have it? I'll give it to you if it'll do any good." "I'll need it only a few hours. I think I have a scheme that will work perfectly, if you are sure you can guard the inside of the yard tomorrow." "I'm sure of that. We spent hours today selecting picked men for the launching, going over everything." Late as it was to start out of town, Craig drove across the bridge and out on Long Island, never stopping until we came to a small lake, around the shores of which he skirted, at last pausing before a huge barn-like structure. As the door swung open to his honking the horn, the light which streamed forth shone on a sign above, "Sprague Aviation School." Inside I could make out enough to be sure that it was an airplane hangar. "Hello, Sprague," called out Kennedy as a man appeared in the light. The man came closer. "Why, hello, Kennedy. What brings you out here at such an hour?" Craig had jumped from the car, and together the two went into the hangar while I followed. They talked in low tones, but as nearly as I could make out, Kennedy was hiring a hydro airplane for tomorrow with as much nonchalance as if it had been a taxicab. As Kennedy and his acquaintance, Sprague, came to terms, my eye fell on a peculiar gun set up in a corner. It had a tremendous cylinder about the barrel, as though it contained some device to cool it. It was not a machine gun of the type I had seen, however, yet cartridges seemed to be fed to it from a disc on which they were arranged radially, rather than from a band. Kennedy had risen to go and looked about at me. "Oh, a Lewis gun!" he exclaimed, seeing what I was looking at. "That's an idea. Sprague, can you mount that on the plane?" Sprague nodded. "That's what I have it here for," he returned. "I've been testing it. Why, do you want it?" "Indeed I do. I'll be out here early in the morning, Sprague." "I'll be ready for you, sir," promised the aviator. Speeding back to the city, Kennedy laid out an extensive program for me to follow on the morrow. Together we arranged an elaborate series of signals, and that night, late as it was, Craig returned to the laboratory, where he continued his studies with a microscope, though what more he expected to discover I did not know. In spite of his late hours, it was Craig who wakened me in the morning, already prepared to motor out to the aviation school to meet Sprague. Hastily he rehearsed our signals, which consisted mostly of dots and dashes in the Morse code, which Craig was to convey with a flag and I to receive with the aid of a powerful glass. I must admit that I felt somewhat lost when, later in the morning, I took my place alone on the platform that had been built for the favored few of the launching party at the bow of the huge Usona, without Craig. Already, however, he had communicated at least part of his plan to Marlowe, and the captain and Marjorie were among the first to arrive. Marjorie never looked prettier in her life than she did now, on the day when she was to christen the great liner, nor, I imagine, had the captain ever been more proud of her. They had scarcely greeted me when we heard a shout from the men down at the end of the slip that commanded a freer view of the river. We craned our necks and in a moment saw what it was. They had sighted the airboat coming down the river. I turned the glass on the mechanical bird as it soared closer. Already Kennedy had made us on the platform and had begun to signal as a test. At least a part of the suspense was over for me when I discovered that I could read what he sent. So fixed had my attention been that I had not noticed that slowly the members of the elect launching party had arrived, while other thousands of the less favored crowded into the spaces set apart for them. On the stand now with us were Fitzhugh and Miss Hillman, while between glances at Kennedy, I noticed little Ray Melzer over at the right, and Dr. Gavira, quite in his element, circulating about from one group to another. Everyone seemed to feel that thrill that comes with a launching, the appreciation that there is a maximum of risk and a minimum of time. Down the slip the men were driving home the last of the huge oak wedges, which lifted the great Usona from the blocks and transferred her weight to the launching ways as a new support. All along the stationary, or ground, ways and those which were to glide into the water with the cradle and the ship, trusted men were making the final examination to be as sure as human care can be that all was well. As the clock neared noon, which was high water, approximately, all the preparatory work was done. Only the sole pieces before us held the ship in place. It was as though all bridges had been burned. High overhead now floated the hydro-aeroplane, on which I kept my eye fixed almost hypnotically. There was still no signal from Kennedy, however. What was he after? Did he expect to see the fast express cruiser looking like a corsair about the islands of the river? If so, he gave no sign. Men were quitting now the work of giving the last touches to the preparations. Some were placing immense jack screws which were to give an initial impulse if it were needed to start the ship down the ways. Others were smearing the last heavy dabs of tallow, lard oil, and soft soap on the ways, and graphite where the ways stretched 200 feet or so out into the water, for the ship was to travel some hundreds of feet on the land and in the water, and perhaps an equal distance out beyond the end of the ways. Latecomers still crowded in. Men now reported that everything was ready. Steadily the time of high water approached. "Saw the sole pieces!" finally rang out the order. That was the thing that must be done by two gangs, one on each side and evenly too. If one gang got ahead of the other, they must stop and let the second catch up. Zip, zip, zip came the shrill singing tone of the saws. Was everything all right? Kennedy and Sprague were still circling overhead at various altitudes. I redoubled my attention at the glass. Suddenly I saw Craig's flag waving frantically. A muffled exclamation came from my lips involuntarily. Marlowe, who had been watching me, leaned closer. "What is it, for God's sake?" he whispered hoarsely. "Stop them!" I shouted as I caught Kennedy's signal. At a hurried order from Marlowe, the gangs quit. A hush fell over the crowd. Kennedy was circling down now until at last the airboat rested on the water and skimmed along toward the ways. Out on the ways, as far as they were not yet submerged, some men ran as if to meet him, but Kennedy began signaling frantically again. Though I had not been expecting it, I made it out. "He wants them to keep back," I called, and the word was passed down the length of the ship. Instead of coming to rest before the slip, the plane turned and went away, making a complete circle, then coming to rest. To the surprise of everyone, the rapid staccato bark of the Lewis gun broke the silence. Kennedy was evidently firing, but at what? There was nothing in sight. Suddenly there came a tremendous detonation, which made even the launching slip tremble, and a huge column of water, like a geyser, rose in the air about 800 feet out in the river, directly in front of us. The truth flashed over us in an instant. There, 10 feet or so in the dark water out in the river, Craig had seen a huge circular object, visible only against the sandy bottom from the hydro-airplane above, as the sun rays were reflected through the water. It was a contact submarine mine. Marlowe looked at me, his face almost pale. The moment the great hulk of the Usona in its wild flight to the sea would have hit that mine, tilting it, she would have sunk in a blast of flame. The airboat now headed for the shore, and a few moments later, as Craig climbed into our stand, Marlowe seized him in congratulation too deep for words. "Is it all right?" sang out one of the men in the gangs, less impressionable than the rest. "If there is still water enough," nodded Craig. Again the order to saw away the sole pieces was given, and the gangs resumed. Zip, zip, again went the two saws. There were perhaps 2 inches more left, when the hull quivered. There was a crashing and rending as the timbers broke away. Marjorie Marlowe, alert, swung the bottle of champagne in its silken net on a silken cord, and it crashed on the bow as she cried gleefully, "I christen thee Usona!" Down the ship slid, with a slow gliding motion at first, rapidly gathering headway. As her stern sank and finally the bow dipped into the water, cheers broke forth. Then a cloud of smoke hid her. There was an ominous silence. Was she wrecked at last after all? A puff of wind cleared the smoke. "Just the friction of the ways. Set the grease on fire," shouted Marlowe. "It always does that." Wedges, sliding ways, and other parts of the cradle floated to the surface. The tide took her, and tugs crept up and pulled her to the place selected for temporary mooring. A splash of a huge anchor, and there she rode, safe. In the revulsion of feeling, every eye on the platform turned involuntarily to Kennedy. Marlowe, still holding his hand, was speechless. Marjorie leaned forward, almost hysterical. "Just a moment," called Craig. as some turned to go down. "There is just one thing more." There was a hush as the crowd pressed close. "There's a conspiracy here," rang out Craig's voice boldly. "A foreign trade war. From the start I suspected something, and I tried to reason it out. Having failed to stop the work, failed to kill Marlowe, what was left? Why, the launching. How? I knew of that motorboat. What else could they do with it? I thought of recent tests that had been made with express cruisers as mine planters. Could that be the scheme? The airboat scheme occurred to me late last night. It at least was worth trying. You see what has happened. Now for the reckoning. Who was their agent? I have something here that will interest you." Kennedy was speaking rapidly. It was one of those occasions on which Kennedy's soul delighted. Quickly he drew a deft contrast between the infinitely large hulk of the Usona as compared to the infinitely small bacteria which he had been studying the day before. Suddenly he drew forth from his pocket the bullet that had been fired at Marlowe. Then, to the surprise of even myself, he quietly laid a delicate little nail file and brush in the palm of his hand beside the bullet. A suppressed cry from Ray Melzer caused me to recollect the file and brush he had missed. "Just a second," raced on Kennedy. "On this file and brush I found spores of those deadly anaerobes. Dead, killed by heat and an antiseptic, perhaps a 1% solution of carbolic acid at blood heat, 98 degrees. Dead, but nevertheless there. I suppose the microscopic examination of fingernail deposits is too minute a thing to appeal to most people, but it has been practically applied in a number of criminal cases in Europe. Ordinary washing and even cleaning doesn't alter microscopic findings. In this case, this trifling clue is all that leads to the real brain of this plot, literally to the hand that directed it." He paused a moment. "Yesterday I found that anaerobe cultures were being received by someone in the Belclair, and they were stolen from me. Someone must have got into my office where I was studying them." Dr. Gavira had pressed forward earnestly, but Craig did not pause again. "Who were these agents sent over to wage this secret war at any cost?" he repeated. "One of them, I know now, fell in love with the daughter of the man against whom he was to plot." Marjorie cast a furtive glance at Fitzhugh. "Love has saved him, but the other? To whom do these deadly germs point? Who dum-dummed and poisoned the bullet? Whose own fingers, in spite of antiseptics and manicures, point inexorably to a guilty self?" Ray Melzer could restrain herself no longer. She was looking at the file and brush as if with a hideous fascination. "They are mine. You took them," she cried impulsively. It was she, always having her nails manicured. She who had been there just before. She, Alma Hillman. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Treasure Train by Arthur B. Reeve. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Gunrunner. With the treaty ratified, if the deal goes through, we'll all be rich. Something about that remark which rose over the babble of voices arrested Kennedy's attention. For one thing, it was a woman's voice, and it was not the sort of remark to be expected from a woman, at least not in such a place. Craig had been working pretty hard and began to show the strain. We had taken an evening off and now had dropped in after the theater at the Burridge, one of the most frequented midnight resorts on Broadway. At the table next to us, and the tables at the Burridge were so close that one almost rubbed elbows with those at the next, sat a party of 4, 2 ladies in evening gowns and 2 men in immaculate black and white. "I hope you are right, Leontine," returned one of the men with an English accent. "The natural place for the islands is under the American flag, anyway." "Yes," put in the other, "the people have voted for it before. They want it." It was at the time that the American and Danish governments were negotiating about the transfer of the Danish West Indies, and quite evidently they were discussing the islands. The last speaker seemed to be a Dane, but the woman with him, evidently his wife, was not. It was a curious group, worth more than a passing glance. For a moment, Craig watched them closely. "That woman in blue," he whispered, "is a typical promoter." I recognized the type which is becoming increasingly frequent in Wall Street as the competition in financial affairs grows keener and women enter business and professional life. There were plenty of other types in the brilliantly lighted dining room, and we did not dwell long on the study of our neighbors. A few moments later, Kennedy left me and was visiting another table. It was a habit of his, for he had hundreds of friends and acquaintances, and the Burridge was the place to which everyone came. This time I saw that he had stopped before someone whom I recognized. It was Captain Marlowe of the American Shipping Trust, to whom Kennedy had been of great assistance at the time of the launching of his great ship, the Usona. Marlowe's daughter Marjorie was not with him, having not yet returned from her honeymoon trip, and he was accompanied by a man whose face was unfamiliar to me. As I recognized who it was to whom Kennedy was speaking, I also rose and made my way over to the table. As I approached, the captain turned from Kennedy and greeted me cordially. "Mr. Whitson," he introduced the man with him. "Mr. Whitson is sailing tomorrow for St. Thomas on the Arroyo. We're preparing to extend our steamship lines to the islands as soon as the formalities of the purchase are completed." Marlowe turned again to Kennedy and went on with the remark he had evidently been making. "Of course," I heard him say, "you know we have Mexico practically blockaded as far as arms and munitions go. Yet, Kennedy, through a secret channel I know that thousands of stands of arms and millions of rounds of ammunition are filtering in there. It's shameful. I can't imagine anything more traitorous. Whoever is at the bottom of it ought to swing. It isn't over the border that they are going. We know that. The troops are there. How is it then?" Marlowe looked at us as if he expected Kennedy to catch someone by pure reason. Kennedy said nothing, but it was not because he was not interested. "Think it over," pursued Marlowe, who was a patriot above everything else. "Perhaps it will occur to you how you can be of the greatest service to the country. The thing is damnable, damnable." Neither Kennedy nor I having anything definite to contribute to the subject, the conversation drifted to the islands and Whitson's mission. Whitson proved to be very enthusiastic about it. He knew the islands well and had already made a trip there for Marlowe. A few moments later we shook hands and returned to our own table. It was getting late, and the only type that was left to study was the common Broadway Midnight Life genus. We paid our check and were about to leave. For an instant we stopped at the coat room to watch the late arrivals and the departing throng. "Hello," greeted a familiar voice beside us. "I've been looking all over town for you. They told me you had gone to the theater, and I thought I might possibly find you here." We turned. It was our old friend Burke of the Secret Service, accompanied by a stranger. "I'd like you to meet Mr. Sidney, the new special consular agent whom the government is sending to the Danish West Indies to investigate and report on trade conditions," he introduced. "We're off for St. Thomas on the Arroyo, which sails tomorrow noon." "Great Scott!" ejaculated Kennedy. "Is everybody daffy over those little islands? What takes you down there, Burke?" Burke looked about hastily, then drew us aside into a recess in the lobby. "I don't suppose you know," he explained, lowering his voice, "but since these negotiations began, the consular service has been keenly interested in the present state and the possibilities of the islands. The government sent one special agent there, named White. Well, he died a few days ago. It was very suspicious, so much so that the authorities in the island investigated. Yet the doctors in the island have found no evidence of anything wrong, no poison. Still, it is very mysterious, and you know," he hinted, "there are those who don't want us down there." The Secret Service man paused as though he had put the case as briefly and pointedly as he could, then went on, "I've been assigned to accompany the new consul down there and investigate. I've no particular orders, and the chief will honor any reasonable expense account, but—" he hesitated and stopped, looking keenly at Kennedy's face. I saw what he was driving at. "Well, to come to the point, what I wanted to see you about, Kennedy, is to find out whether you would go with me. I think," he added persuasively, "it would be quite worth your while. Besides, you look tired. You're working too hard. The change will do you good, and your conscience needn't trouble you. You'll be working all right." Burke had been quick to note the haggard expression on Kennedy's face and turn it into an argument to carry his point. Kennedy smiled as he read the other's enthusiasm. I would have added my own urging, only I knew that nothing but a sense of duty would weigh with Craig. "I'd like to think the proposal over," he conceded, much to my surprise. "I'll let you know in the morning." "Mind," wheedled Burke, "I won't take no for an answer. We need you." The Secret Service man was evidently delighted by the reception Kennedy had given his scheme. Just then I caught sight of the party of four getting their hats and wraps preparatory to leaving, and Kennedy eyed them sharply. Marlowe and Whitson passed. As they did so, I could not help seeing Whitson pause and shoot a quick glance at the four. It was a glance of suspicion, and it was not lost on Craig. Did they know more of this Mexican gun-running business than Marlowe had hinted at? I watched Kennedy's face. Evidently his mind was at work on the same idea as mine. Burke accompanied us almost all the way home, with Sidney adding his urging. I could tell that the whole combination of circumstances at the Burridge had an effect on Kennedy. I went to bed, tired, but through the night I knew Craig was engaged on some work about which he seemed to be somewhat secretive. When I saw him again in the laboratory in the morning, he had before him a large packing case of stout wood bound with steel bands. "What's that?" I asked, mystified. He opened the lid, a sort of door, on which was a strong lock, and I looked inside. "My traveling laboratory," he remarked with pride. I peered in more closely. It was a well-stocked armamentarium, as the doctors would have called it. I shall not make any attempt to describe its contents. They were too varied and too numerous, a little bit of everything, it seemed. In fact, Craig seemed to have epitomized the sciences and arts. It was not that he had anything so wonderful, or even comparable to the collection of his laboratory. But as I ran my eye over the box, I would have wagered that from the contents he might have made shift to duplicate in some makeshift form almost anything he might need. It was truly amazing, representing in miniature his study of crime for years. "Then you are going with Burke to St. Thomas?" I queried, realizing the significance of it. Kennedy nodded. "I've been thinking of what I would do if an important case ever called me away. Burke's proposal hurried me, that's all." "And you were going also," he added. "You have until noon to break the news to the Star." I did not say anything more, fearful lest he might change his mind. I knew he needed the rest, and that no matter what the case was in the islands, he could not work as hard as he was doing in New York. Accordingly, my own arrangements with the Star were easily made. I had a sort of roving commission anyhow since my close association with Kennedy. Moreover, the possibility of turning up something good in the islands, which were much in the news at the time, rather appealed to the managing editor. If Kennedy could arrange his affairs, I felt that the least I could do was arrange my own. Thus it came about that Craig and I found ourselves in the forenoon in a taxicab, on the front of which was loaded the precious box as well as our other hastily packed luggage, and we were on our way over to Brooklyn to the dock from which the Arroyo sailed. Already the clearance papers had been obtained, and there was the usual last-moment confusion among the passengers as the hour for sailing approached. It seemed as if we had scarcely boarded the ship when Kennedy was as gay as a schoolboy on an unexpected holiday. I realized at once what was the cause. The change of scene, the mere fact of cutting loose, were having their effect. As we steamed slowly down the bay, I ran my eye over the other passengers at the rail, straining their eyes to catch the last glimpse of the towers of New York. There were Burke and Sidney, but they were not together, and to all appearances did not know each other. Sidney, of course, could not conceal his identity, nor did he wish to, no matter how beset with unseen perils might be his mission. But Burke was down on the passengers' list as, and had assumed the role of, a traveling salesman for a mythical novelty house in Chicago. That evidently was part of the plan they had agreed on between themselves. Kennedy took the cue. As I studied the various groups, I paused suddenly, surprised. There was the party which had sat at the table next to us at the Burridge the night before. Kennedy had already seen them and had been watching them furtively. Just then Craig jogged my elbow. He had caught sight of Whitson edging his way in our direction. I saw what it was that Craig meant. He wanted purposely to avoid him. I wondered why, but I soon saw what he was up to. He wanted introductions to come about naturally, as they do on shipboard if one only waits. On deck and in the lounging and smoking rooms, it did not take long for him to contrive ways of meeting and getting acquainted with those he wished to know, without exciting suspicion. Thus, by the time we sat down to dinner in the saloon, we were all getting fairly chummy. We had met Burke quite as naturally as if we were total strangers. It was easy to make it appear that Whitson and Sidney were shipboard acquaintances. Nor was it difficult to secure an introduction to the other party of four. The girl whom we had heard addressed as Leontine seemed to be the leader of the group. Leontine Cowell was a striking personality. Her clear blue eyes directed a gaze at one which tested one's mettle to meet. I was never quite sure whether she remembered seeing us at the Burridge, whether she penetrated the parts we were playing. She was none the less feminine because she had aspirations in a commercial way. As Kennedy had first observed, she was well worth study. Her companion, Barrett Burley, was a polished, deferential Englishman, one of those who seemed to be citizens of the world rather than subjects of any particular country. I wondered what were the real relations of the two. Jorgen Eriksson was, as I surmised, a Dane. He proved to be one of the largest planters in the island, already wealthy and destined to be wealthier if real estate advanced. The other woman, Nanette, was his wife. She was also a peculiarly interesting person, a Frenchwoman from Guadeloupe. Younger and more vivacious than her husband, her snappy black eyes betokened an attractive personality. Leontine Cowell, it seemed, had been in the islands not long before, had secured options on some score of plantations at a low figure, and made no secret of her business. When the American flag at last flew over the islands, she stood to win out of the increase of land values a considerable fortune. Eriksson also, in addition to his own holdings, had been an agent for some other planters and thus had met Leontine, who had been the means of interesting some American capital. As for Burley, it seemed that he had made the acquaintance of Leontine in Wall Street. He had been in the Caribbean, and the impending changes in the Danish West Indies had attracted his notice. Whether he had some money to invest in the speculation or hoped to profit by commissions derived from sales did not appear. But at any rate, some common bond had thrown the quartet together. I need not dwell on the little incidents of life on ship. It must have been the second day out that I observed Leontine and Sidney together on the promenade deck. They seemed to be quite interested in each other, though I felt sure that Leontine was making a play for him. At any rate, Burley was jealous. Whatever might be the scheme, it was apparent that the young Englishman was head over heels in love with her. What did it mean? Was she playing with Sidney, seeking to secure his influence to further her schemes? Or did it mask some deeper, more sinister motive? From what I had seen of Sidney, I could not think that he was the man to take such an affair seriously. I felt that he must be merely amusing himself. Busy with my speculations, I was astonished soon after to realize that the triangle had become a hexagon, so to speak. Whitson and Nanette Eriksson seemed to be much in each other's company, but unlike Burley, Eriksson seemed to be either oblivious or complacent. Whatever it might all portend, I found that it did not worry Kennedy, although he observed closely. Burke, however, was considerably excited, and even went so far as to speak to Sidney, over whom he felt a sort of guardianship. Sidney turned the matter off lightly. As for me, I determined to watch both of these women closely. Kennedy spent much time not only in watching the passengers, but in going about the ship, talking to the captain and crew and everyone who knew anything about the islands. In fact, he collected enough information in a few days to have satisfied any ordinary tourist for weeks. Even the cargo did not escape his attention, and I found that he was especially interested in the rather heavy shipments of agricultural implements that were consigned to various planters in the islands. So great was his interest that I began to suspect that it had some bearing on the gun-running plot that had been hinted at by Marlowe. It was the evening after one of Kennedy's busy days scouting about that he quietly summoned both Burke and Sidney to our cabin. "There's something queer going on," announced Craig when he was sure that we were all together without having been observed. "Frankly, I must confess that I don't understand it, yet." "You needn't worry about me," interrupted Sidney hastily. "I can take care of myself." Kennedy smiled quietly. We knew what Sidney meant. He seemed to resent Burke's solicitude over his acquaintance with Leontine, and was evidently warning us off. Kennedy, however, avoided the subject. "I may as well tell you," he resumed, "that I was quite as much influenced by a rumor that arms were somehow getting into Mexican ports as I was by your appeal, Burke, in coming down here. So far, I found nothing that proves my case, but as I said, there is something under the surface which I don't understand. We have all got to stick together, trust no one but ourselves, and above all, keep our eyes open." It was all that was said, but I was relieved to note that Sidney seemed greatly impressed. Still, half an hour later, I saw him sitting in a steamer chair beside Leontine again, watching the beautiful play of the moonlight on the now almost tropical ocean after we had emerged from the Gulf Stream. I felt that it was rather dangerous, but at least he had had his warning. Seeking Kennedy, I found him at last in the smoking room, to my surprise talking with Erickson. I joined them, wondering how I was to convey to Craig what I had just seen without exciting suspicion. They were discussing the commercial and agricultural future of the islands under the American flag, especially the sugar industry, which had fallen into a low estate. "I suppose," remarked Kennedy casually, "that you are already modernizing your plant and that others are doing the same, getting ready for a revival." Erickson received the remark stolidly. "No," he replied slowly. "Some of us may be doing so, but as for me, I shall be quite content to sell if I can get my price." "The planters are not putting in modern machinery, then?" queried Kennedy innocently, while there flashed over me what he had discovered about shipments of agricultural implements. Erickson shook his head. "Some of them may be, but for one that is, I know 20 whose only thought is to sell out and take a profit." The conversation trailed off on other subjects, and I knew that Kennedy had acquired the information which he sought. As neatly as I could, I drew him apart from Erickson. "Strange he should tell me that," ruminated Kennedy as we gained a quiet corner of the deck. "I know that there is a lot of stuff consigned to planters in the island, some even to himself." "He must be lying then," I hastened. "Perhaps these promoters are really plotters. By the way, what I wanted to tell you was that I saw Sidney and Leontine together again." He was about to reply when the sound of someone approaching caused us to draw back farther into the shadow. It proved to be Whitson and Nanette. "Then you do not like St. Thomas?" we heard Whitson remark, as if he were repeating something she had just said. "There is nothing there," she replied. "Why, there aren't 100 miles of good roads and not a dozen automobiles." Evidently, the swiftness of life in New York of which she had tasted was having its effect. "St. Croix, where we have the plantation, is just as bad. Part of the time we live there, part of the time at Charlotte, Amalie, and St. Thomas. But there is little difference. I hope Jorgen is able to sell. At least I should like to live a part of the year in the States." "Would he like that too?" "Many of us would," she replied quickly. "For many years things have been getting worse with us. Just now it seems a bit better because of the high price of sugar. But who knows how long that will last? Oh, I wish something would happen soon, so that we might make enough money to live as I want to live. Think, here the best years of life are slipping away. Unless we do something soon, it will be too late. We must make our money soon." There was an air of impatience in her tone, of restless dissatisfaction. I felt also that there was an element of danger, too, in a woman just passing from youth making a confidant of another man. It was a mixed situation with the quartet whom we were watching. One thing was sufficiently evident. They were all desperately engaged in the pursuit of wealth. That was a common bond. Nor had I seen anything to indicate that they were over-scrupulous in that pursuit. Within half an hour, I had seen Leontine with Sidney and Nanette with Whitson. Both Sidney as consular agent and Whitson through his influence with the shipping trust possessed great influence. Had the party thought it out, and were they now playing the game with the main chance in view? I looked inquiringly at Kennedy as the voices died away while the couple walked slowly down the deck. He said nothing, but he was evidently pondering deeply on some problem, perhaps that which the trend of affairs had raised in my own mind. Our delay had not been long, but it had been sufficient to cause us to miss finding Leontine and Sidney. We did, however, run across Burke, bent evidently on watching also. "I don't like this business," he confessed as we paused to compare experiences. "I've been thinking of that Mexican business you hinted at, Kennedy. You know, the islands would be an ideal out-of-the-way spot from which to start gun-running expeditions to Mexico. I don't like this Leontine and Burley. They want to make money too bad." Kennedy smiled. "Burley doesn't seem to approve of everything, though," he remarked. "Perhaps not. That's one reason why I think it may be more dangerous for Sidney than he realizes. I know she's a fascinating girl, all the more reason to watch out for her. But I can't talk to Sidney," he sighed. It was an enigma, and I had not solved it, though I felt much as Burke did. Kennedy seemed to have determined to allow events to take their course, perhaps in the hope that developments would be quicker that way than by interfering with something which we did not understand. In the smoking room, after we left Burke, Kennedy and I came upon Erickson and Burley. They had just finished a game of poker with some of the other passengers, in which Burley's usual run of luck and skill had been with him. "Lucky at cards, unlucky in love," remarked Burley as we approached. He said it with an air of banter, yet I could not help feeling that there was a note of seriousness at the bottom of it. Had he known that Leontine had been with Sidney on the deck? His very success at poker had its effect on me. I found myself eyeing him as if he had been one of the transatlantic card sharps, perhaps an international crook. Yet when I considered, I was forced to admit that I had nothing on which to base such a judgment. Erickson presented a different problem to my mind. There was indeed something queer about him. Either he had not been perfectly frank with us in regard to the improvement of his properties, or he was concealing something much more sinister. Again and again my mind reverted to the hints that had been dropped by Marlowe, and I recalled the close scrutiny Whitson had given the four that night. So far, I had felt that in any such attempt we might count on Whitson playing a lone hand and perhaps finding out something to our advantage. It was the morning of the last day of the voyage that most of the passengers gathered on the deck for the first glimpse of the land to which we had been journeying. Before us lay the beautiful and picturesque harbor and town of Charlotte-Amalie, one of the finest harbors in the West Indies, deep enough to float the largest vessels, with shipyards, dry docks, and repair shops. From the deck it was a strikingly beautiful picture, formed by 3 spurs of mountains covered with the greenest of tropical foliage. From the edge of the dancing blue waves the town itself rose on the hills, presenting an entrancing panorama. All was bustle and excitement as the anchor plunged into the water, for not only was this the end of our journey, but the arrival of the boat from New York was an event for the town. There was much to watch, but I let nothing interfere with my observation of how the affair between Sidney and Leontine was progressing. To my surprise, I saw that this morning she was bestowing the favor of her smile rather on Burley. It was Sidney's turn now to feel the pangs of jealousy, and I must admit that he bore them with better grace than Burley, whatever that might indicate. As I watched the two and recalled their intimacy at the Burridge the first night we had seen them, I almost began to wonder whether I might not have been wrong about Leontine. Had it been that I had distrusted the woman merely because I was suspicious of the type, both male and female? Had I been finding food for suspicion because I was myself suspicious? Erickson was standing beside Sidney, while we were not far away. Evidently, he had been saving up a speech for the occasion, and now was prepared to deliver it. "Mr. Sidney," he began, with a wave of his arm that seemed to include us all, "it is a pleasure to welcome you here to our island. Last night it occurred to me that we ought to do something to show that we appreciate it. You must come to dinner tonight at my villa here in town. You are all invited, all of us who have become so enjoyably acquainted on this voyage which I shall never forget. Believe me when I say that it will be even more a tribute to you personally than because of the official position you are to hold among us." It was a graceful invitation, more so than I had believed Erickson capable of framing. Sidney could do nothing less than thank him cordially and accept, as we all did. Indeed, I could see that Kennedy was delighted at the suggestion. It would give him an opportunity to observe them all under circumstances different enough to show something. While we were thanking Erickson, I saw that Whitson had taken the occasion also to thank Mrs. Erickson, with whom he had been talking just a bit apart from the group. He made no secret of his attentions, though I thought she was a bit embarrassed by them at such a time. Indeed, she started rather abruptly toward the group which was now intent on surveying the town, and as she did so, I noted that she had forgotten her handbag, which lay on a deck chair near where they had been sitting. I picked it up to restore it. Some uncontrollable curiosity prompted me, and I hesitated. All were still looking at the town. I opened the bag. Inside was a little bottle of grayish liquid. What should I do? Any moment she or Whitson might turn around. Hastily I pulled off the cap of my fountain pen and poured into it some of the liquid, replacing the cork in the bottle and dropping it back into the bag, while I disposed of the cap as best I could without spilling its contents. Whether either she or anyone else had observed me, I was not going to run any chances of being seen. I called a passing steward. "Mrs. Erickson forgot her bag," I said, pointing hastily to it. "You'll find her over there with Mr. Whitson." Then I mingled in the crowd to watch her. She did not seem to show any anxiety when she received it. I lost no time in getting back to Kennedy and telling him what I had found, and a few moments later he made an excuse to go to our stateroom, as eager as I was to know what had been in the little bottle. First he poured out a drop of the liquid from the cap of my fountain pen in some water. It did not dissolve. Successively he tried alcohol, ether, then pepsin. None of them had any effect on it. Finally, however, he managed to dissolve it in ammonia. Relatively high amount of sulfur, he muttered, after a few moments more of study. Keratin, I believe. A poison? I asked. Kennedy shook his head. No, harmless. Then what is it for? He shrugged his shoulders. He may have had some half-formed idea, but if he did, it was all still indefinite, and he refused to commit himself. Instead, he placed the sample in his traveling laboratory, closed and locked it, and with our luggage, the box was ready to be taken ashore. Nearly everyone had gone ashore by the time we returned to the deck. Whitson was there yet, talking to the captain, for the shipping at the port interested him. I wondered whether he, too, might be suspicious of those cases consigned to Erickson and others. If so, he said nothing of it. By this time, several vessels that looked as if they might be lighters, though fairly large, had pulled up. It seemed that they had been engaged to carry shipments of goods to the other islands of St. John and St. Croix. Kennedy seemed eager now to get ashore, and we went, accompanied by Whitson, and after some difficulty established ourselves in a small hotel. Most of the tourists were sightseeing, and while we had no time for that, still we could not help doing so in going about the town. Charlotte Amalie, I may say, proved to be one of the most picturesque towns in the Windward Islands. The walls of the houses were mostly of a dazzling whiteness, though some were yellow, others gray, orange, blue. But the roofs were all of a generous bright red, which showed up very effectively among the clumps of trees. Indeed, the town seemed to be one of gaily tinted villas and palaces. There were no factories, no slums. Nature had provided against that, and man had not violated the provision. The people whom we met on the streets were mostly Negroes, though there was a fair sprinkling of whites. What pleased us most was that nearly everywhere we went English was spoken. I had half expected Danish. But there was even very little Spanish spoken. Burke was waiting for us, and in spite of his playing the role of traveling salesman, managed to direct us about so that we might as quickly as possible pick up the thread of the mysterious death of Dwight. It did not take long to gather such meager information as there was about the autopsy that had followed the strange death of Sidney's predecessor. We were able to find out little from either the authorities or the doctor who had investigated the case. Under the stress of suspicion, both the stomach and the contents of the stomach of the unfortunate man had been examined. No trace of anything out of the way had been found, and there the matter had rested, except for suspicion. One of our first visits was to the American consulate. There Sidney, by virtue of his special commission, had with characteristic energy established himself with the consul. Naturally, he too had been making inquiries, but they had led nowhere. There seemed to be no clue to the mysterious death of Dwight, not even a hint as to the cause. All that we were able to discover, after some hours of patient inquiry, was that Dwight had suffered from great prostration, marked cyanosis, convulsions, and coma. Whether it was the result of some strange disease or of a poison, no one, not even the doctor, was prepared to say. All that was known was that the blow, if blow it had been, was swift, sudden, sure. We ran across Whitson once or twice during the day, busily engaged renewing acquaintance with merchants and planters whom he had known before, but I do not recall having seen either Burleigh or Leontine, which at the time I thought rather strange, for the town was small and strangers were few. The more I thought of it, the more firmly convinced I was that Dwight had discovered some secret which it was extremely inconvenient for someone to have known. What was it? Was it connected with the rumors we had heard of gun running to Mexico? Erickson had invited us to come late in the afternoon to the dinner, and we did not delay in getting there. His house proved to be a veritable palace on the side of one of the hills rising abruptly back of the shore. Flights of massive stone steps, quaint walls covered with creepers, balustrades overlooking charming gardens, arcades from which one looked out on splendid vistas and shady terraces, combined to make it a veritable paradise, such as can be found only in tropical and subtropical lands. Most wonderful of all was the picture of the other hills unfolded, especially of the two ruined pirates' castles belonging to semi-mythical personages, Bluebeard and Blackbeard. The Ericksons were proud of their home, as well they might be. in spite of the complaints we had heard Nanette utter and the efforts of Erickson to sell his holdings. Mrs. Erickson proved to be a charming hostess, and the host extended a hospitality such as one rarely meets. It quite made me uncomfortable to accept it at the same time that I knew we must view it all with suspicion. Nor did it make matters any better, but rather worse, to feel that there was some color of excuse for the suspicion. Burleigh arrived proudly with Leontine, followed closely by Sidney. At once the game was on again, Leontine pitting one against the other. Whitson came, his attentions to Mrs. Erickson a trifle restrained but still obvious. Burke and ourselves completed the party. To the repeated urging of Erickson, we made ourselves quite as much at home as we politely could. Kennedy and Burke, acting under his instructions, seemed to be ubiquitous. Yet, beyond the continuation of the drama that had been unfolded on the ship, it did not seem to me at first that we were getting anywhere. Kennedy and I were passing alone along a colonnade that opened off from the large dining hall, when Craig paused and looked in through an open door at the massive table set for the dinner. A servant had just completed setting out cocktails at the various places, pouring them from a huge tankard, for the purpose which had been standing on a sideboard. Guests had been walking past through the colonnade ever since we arrived, but at the moment there was no one about, and even the servant had disappeared. Kennedy stepped lightly into the dining hall and looked about sharply. Instinctively I stepped to a window where I could hear anyone approaching. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him narrowly scrutinizing the table. Finally, he pulled from his pocket a clean linen handkerchief. Into an empty glass he poured the contents of one of the cocktail glasses, straining the liquid through the handkerchief. Then he poured the filtrate, if I may call it such, back into the original glass. A second he treated in the same way, and a third. He had nearly completed the round of the table when I heard a light step. My warning came only just in time. It was Burleigh. He saw us standing now in the colonnade, made some hasty remark, then walked on, as if in search for someone. Had it been interest in Leontine or in the dining room that had drawn him thither? Kennedy was now looking closely at the handkerchief, and I looked also. In the glasses had been innumerable little seeds as if from the fruit juice used in concocting the appetizer. The fine meshes of the linen had extracted them. What were they? I took one of my fingers and crushed it between my nails. There was an unmistakable odor of bitter almonds. What did it mean? We had no time now for speculation. Our prolonged absence might be noticed, and we hastened to join the other guests after finishing the round of glasses in which he had been interrupted. How, in my suppressed excitement, I managed to get through that dinner, I do not know. It was a brilliant affair, yet I found that I had completely lost my appetite, as well one might after having observed Kennedy's sleuthing. However, the dinner progressed, though each course that brought it nearer a conclusion afforded me an air of relief. I was quite ready when, over the coffee, Kennedy contrived to make some excuse for us, promising to call again and perhaps to visit the Erickson plantation. In the secrecy of our room in the little hotel, Craig was soon deeply buried in making use of his traveling laboratory. As he worked, I could no longer restrain my impatience. "What about that little bottle of keratin?" I asked eagerly. "Oh, yes," he replied, not looking up from the test he was making. "Well, keratin, you know, is also called epidermos. It is a scleroprotein present largely in cuticular structures such as hair, nails, horn. I believe it is usually prepared from pieces of horn steeped in pepsin, hydrochloric acid, and water for a long time. Then the residue is dissolved in ammonia and acetic acid." "But what's its use?" I demanded. "You said it was harmless." "Why, the pepsin of the stomach won't digest it," he returned. "For that reason its chief use is for coating what are known as enteric capsules. Anything coated with keratin is carried on through the stomach into the intestines. It is used much in hot countries in order to introduce drugs into the intestines in the treatment of the tropical diseases that affect the intestines." He paused and devoted his entire attention to his work, but he had told me enough to assure me that at least the bottle of keratin I had found had proved to be a clue. I waited as long as I could, then interrupted again. "What are the seeds?" I queried. "Have you found out yet?" He paused as though he had not quite finished his hasty investigation, yet had found out enough to convince him. "There seem to be two kinds. I wish I had had time to keep each lot separate. Some of them are certainly quite harmless. But there are others, I find, that have been soaked in nitrobenzol, artificial oil of bitter almonds. Even a few drops such as might be soaked up in this way might be fatal. The new and interesting phase to me is that they were all carefully coated with keratin. Really, they are keratin-coated enterocapsules of nitrobenzol, a deadly poison. I looked at him, aghast at what some of us had been rescued from by his prompt action. You see, he went on excitedly, that is why the autopsies probably showed nothing. These doctors down here sought for a poison in the stomach. But if the poison had been in the stomach, the odor alone would have betrayed it. You smelt it when you crushed a seed. But the poisoning had been devised to avoid just that chance of discovery. There was no poison in the stomach. Death was delayed long enough also to divert suspicion from the real poisoner. Someone has been diabolically clever in covering up the crimes. I could only gasp my amazement. Then I blurted out, "You think the Ericksons—" Our door burst open. It was Burke, in wild excitement. "Has anybody died?" I managed to demand. He seemed not to hear, but dashed to the window and threw it open. "Look!" he exclaimed. We did. In the late twilight, through the open sash, we could see the landlocked basin of the harbor, but it was not that at which Burke pointed. On the horizon, an ugly dark cloud rose menacingly. In the strange, unearthly murkiness, I could see people of the town pouring out into the narrow streets, wildly, fearfully, with frantic cries and gesticulations. For a moment I gazed at the sight blankly. Then I realized that sweeping on us was one of those sudden, deadly West Indian hurricanes. Our harbor was sheltered from the north and east winds, but this wind was southern-born, rare, oncoming in a fury against which we had no protection. Hastily closing his armamentarium, Kennedy also hurried out on the street. The gale had become terrific already in the few minutes that had elapsed. From our terrace we could see the water, gray and olive, with huge white breakers, like gnashing teeth, coming on to rend and tear everything in their path. It was as though we stood in an amphitheater provided by nature for a great spectacle, the bold headlands standing out like the curves of a stadium. I looked about. The Ericksons had just driven up with Burley and Leontine, as well as Whitson, all of whom were stopping at our hotel, and were about to take Sidney on to the consulate when the approach of the storm warned them to stay. Leontine had hurried into the hotel, evidently fearful of the loss of something she treasured, and the rest were standing apart from the trees and buildings, where the formation of the land offered some protection. As we joined them, I peered at the pale faces in the ghastly, unnatural light. Was it, in a sense, retribution? Suddenly, without further warning, the storm broke. Trees were turned up by roots like weeds. The buildings rocked as if they had been houses of cards. It was a wild, catastrophic spectacle. "Leontine," I heard a voice mutter by my side, as a form catapulted itself past through the murkiness into the crazily swaying hotel. It was Burley. I turned to speak to Kennedy. He was gone. Where to find him I had no idea. The force of the wind was such that search was impossible. All we could do was to huddle back of such protection as the earth afforded against the million needles of rain that cut into our faces. The wind almost blew me flat to the earth. No longer able to stand the suspense, I stumbled toward the hotel, thinking perhaps he had gone to save his armamentarium, although if I had stopped to think I should have realized that that strong box was about the safest piece of property on the island. I was literally picked up and hurled against an object in the darkness, a man. In the room, more keratin, more seeds. It was Kennedy. He had taken advantage of the confusion to make a search which otherwise might have been more difficult. Together we struggled back to our shelter. Just then came a crash, as the hotel crumpled under the fierce stress of the storm. Out of the doorway struggled a figure just in time to clear the falling walls. It was Burley, a huge gash from a beam streaming blood down his forehead which the rain washed away almost as it oozed. In his arms, clinging about his neck, was Leontine, no longer the sophisticated, but in the face of this primeval danger just a woman. Burley staggered with his burden a little apart from us, and in spite of everything I could fancy him blessing the storm that had given him his opportunity. Far from abating, the storm seemed increasing in fury, as though all the devils of the underworld were vexed at anything remaining undestroyed. It seemed as if the hills on which the old pirates had once had their castles must be rocking. "My God!" exclaimed a thick voice, as an arm shot out pointing toward the harbor. There was the Arroyo tugging at every extra mooring that could be impressed into service. The lighters had broken or been cut away and were scudding, destruction bent squarely at the shore almost below us. A moment and they had crashed on the beach, a mass of timbers and spars, while the pounding waves tore open and flung about heavy cases as though they were mere toys. Then, almost as suddenly as it had come, the storm began to abate, the air cleared, and nothing remained but the fury of the waves. "Look!" exclaimed Kennedy, pointing down at the strange wreckage that strewed the beach. "Does that look like agricultural machinery?" We strained our eyes. Kennedy did not pause. The moment I heard that arms were getting into Mexico, I suspected that somewhere here in the Caribbean munitions were being transshipped. Perhaps they have been sent to Atlantic ports ostensibly for the Allies. They have got down here disguised. Even before the storm exposed them, I had reasoned it out. From this port, the key to the vast sweep of mainland, I reasoned that they were being taken over to secret points on the coast, where big ships could not safely go. It was here that blockade runners were refitted in our Civil War. It is here that this new gun-running plot has been laid. He turned quickly to Sydney. The only obstacle between the transfer of arms and success was the activity of an American consulate. Those lighters were not to carry goods to other islands. They were really destined for Mexico. It was profitable. And the scheme for removing opposition was evidently safe. Kennedy was holding up another bottle of keratin and some fruit seeds. "I found these in a room in the hotel," he added. I did not comprehend. "But," I cut in, "the handbag, the dinner, what of them?" A plant, a despicable trespass on hospitality, all part of a scheme to throw the guilt on someone else, worthy of a renegade and traitor. Kennedy wheeled suddenly, then added with an incisive gesture, "I suppose you know that there is reputed to have been on one of these hills the headquarters of the old pirate Teach, the mildest-mannered man that ever scuttled ship or cut a throat." Kennedy paused, then added quickly, "In respect to covering up your gun-running, Whitson, you are superior even to Teach." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Treasure Train by Arthur B. Reeve. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sunken Treasure. Get story. Everson and Bride Yacht Belle Adventure seeking treasure sunk Gulf liner Antilles. Kennedy and I had proceeded after a few leisurely days in St. Thomas to Puerto Rico. We had no particular destination, and San Juan rather appealed to us as an objective point because it was American. It was there that I found waiting for me the above message by wireless from the Star in New York. San Juan was, as we had anticipated, a thoroughly Americanized town, and I lost no time in getting around at once to the office of the leading newspaper, the Colonial News. The editor, Kenmore, proved to be a former New York reporter who had come out in answer to an advertisement by the proprietors of the paper. "What's the big story here now?" I asked by way of preface, expecting to find that colonial newspapermen were provincial. "What's the big story?" repeated Kenmore, impatiently pushing aside a long leader on native politics and regarding me thoughtfully. "Well, I'm not superstitious, but a honeymoon spent trying to break into Davy Jones' locker for sunken treasure, I guess that's a good story, isn't it?" I showed him my message and he smiled. "You see, I was right," he exclaimed. "They're searching now at the Quai d'Or, the Golden Key, one of the southernmost of the Bahamas, I suppose you would call it. I wish I was like you. I'd like to get away from this political stuff long enough to get the story." He puffed absently on a fragrant native cigar. "I met them all when they were here, before they started," he resumed reminiscently. "It was certainly a picturesque outfit. 3 college chums, one of them on his honeymoon, and the couple chaperoning the bride's sister. There was one of the college boys, a fellow named Gage, who fairly made news." "How was that?" inquired Kennedy, who had accompanied me, full of zest at the prospect of mixing in a story so romantic. "Oh, I don't know that it was his fault, altogether," replied Kenmore. "There's a young lady here in the city, the daughter of a pilot, Dolores Gutierrez. She had been a friend of someone in the expedition, I believe. I suppose that's how Gage met her. I don't think either of them really cared for each other. Perhaps she was a bit jealous of the ladies of the party. I don't know anything much about it, only I remember one night in the cafe of the Palace Hotel, I thought Gage and another fellow would fight a duel, almost, until Everson dropped in and patched the affair up, and the next day his yacht left for the Golden Key. I wish I'd been here to go with them, I considered. How do you suppose I'll be able to get out there now? You might be able to hire a tug, shrugged Kenmore. The only one I know is that of Captain Gutierrez. He's the father of this Dolores I told you about. The suggestion seemed good, and after a few moments more of conversation, absorbing what little Kenmore knew, we threaded our way across the city to the home of the redoubtable Gutierrez and his pretty daughter. Gutierrez proved to be a man of about 50, a sturdy, muscular fellow, his face bronzed by the tropical sun. I had scarcely broached the purpose of my visit when his restless brown eyes seemed literally to flash. "No, sir," he exclaimed emphatically. "You cannot get me to go on any such expedition. Mr. Everson came here first and tried to hire my tug. I wouldn't do it. No, sir. He had to get one from Havana. Why, the whole thing is unlucky. Hoodooed, you call it. I will not touch it." "But," I remonstrated, surprised at his unexpected vehemence, "I am not asking you to join the expedition. We are only going to—" "No, no," he interrupted. "I will not consider it. He cut short his remarks as a young woman, radiant in her Latin American beauty, opened the door, hesitated at the sight of us, then entered at a nod from him. We did not need to be told that this was the Dolores whom Kenmore's rumor had credited with almost wrecking Everson's expedition at the start. She was a striking type, her face full of animation and fire, betraying more of passion than of intellect. A keen glance of inquiry from her wonderful eyes at her father was followed by a momentary faraway look, and she remained silent, while Gutierrez paused as if considering something. "They say," he continued slowly, his features drawn sharply, "that there was loot of Mexican churches on that ship, the jewels of Our Lady of the Rosary of Puebla. That ship was cursed, I tell you," he added, scowling darkly. "No one was lost on it, though," I ventured at random. "I suppose you never heard the story of the Antilles?" he inquired, turning swiftly toward me. Then, without stopping, "She had just sailed from San Juan before she was wrecked, on her way to New York from Vera Cruz with several hundred Mexican refugees. Treasure? Yes, perhaps millions, money that belonged to wealthy families in Mexico, and some that had the curse on it." "You asked a moment ago if everybody wasn't rescued. Well, everybody was rescued from the wreck except Captain Driggs. I don't know what happened. No one knows. The fire had got into the engine room and the ship was sinking fast. Passengers saw him, pale like a ghost, some said. Others say there was blood streaming from his head. When the last boatload left, they couldn't find him. They had to put off without him. It was a miracle that no one else was lost." "How did the fire start?" inquired Kennedy, much interested. "No one knows that either," answered Gutierrez, shaking his head slowly. "I think it must have been smoldering in the hold for hours before it was discovered. Then the pumps either didn't work properly or it had gained too great headway for them. I've heard many people talk of it and the treasure. No, sir, you wouldn't get me to touch it. Maybe you'll call it superstition, but I won't have anything to do with it. I wouldn't go with Mr. Everson, and I won't go with you. Perhaps you don't understand, but I can't help it." Dolores had stood beside her father while he was speaking, but had said nothing, though all the time she had been regarding us from beneath her long black eyelashes. Arguments with the old pilot had no effect, but I could not help feeling that somehow she was on our side, that whether she shared his fears and prejudices, her heart was really somewhere near the Key of Gold. There seemed to be nothing for us to do but wait until some other way turned up to get out to the expedition, or perhaps Dolores succeeded in changing the captain's mind. We bowed ourselves out, not a little puzzled by the enigma of the obdurate old man and his pretty daughter. Try as I might among the busy shipping of the port, I could find no one else willing at any reasonable price to change his plans to accommodate us. It was early the next morning that a young lady, very much perturbed, called on us at our hotel, scarcely waiting even the introduction of her plainly engraved card bearing the name Miss Norma Sanford. "Perhaps you know of my sister, Asta Sanford, Mrs. Orrin Everson," she began, speaking very rapidly as if under stress. "We're down here on Asta's honeymoon in Orrin's yacht, the Belle Adventure." Craig and I exchanged glances, but she did not give us a chance to interrupt. "It all seems so sudden. So terrible, she cried, in a burst of wild, incoherent feeling. Yesterday Bertram Traynor died, and we put back to San Juan with his body. I'm so worried for Orrin and my sister. I heard you were here, Professor Kennedy, and I couldn't rest until I saw you. She was looking anxiously at Craig. I wondered whether she had heard of our visit to the Gutierrezes and what she knew about that other woman. I don't quite understand, interposed Kennedy, with an effort to calm her. Why do you fear for your sister and Mr. Everson? Was there something suspicious about the death of Mr. Traynor? Indeed, I think there was, she replied quickly. None of us has any idea how it happened. Let me tell you about our party. You see, there are 3 college chums, Orrin and 2 friends, Bertram Traynor and Donald Gage. They were all on a cruise down here last winter, the year after they graduated. It was in San Juan that Orrin first met Mr. Dominic, who was the purser on the Antilles, you know, that big steamer of the Gulf Line that was burned last year and went down with $7 million aboard. Kennedy nodded to the implied query, and she went on. Mr. Dominic was among those saved, but Captain Driggs was lost with his ship. Mr. Dominic had been trying to interest someone here in seeking the treasure. They knew about where the Antilles went down, and the first thing he wanted to do was to locate the wreck exactly. After that was done, of course, Mr. Dominic knew about the location of the ship's strongroom and all that. That, of course, was common knowledge to anyone interested enough to find out, though, suggested Kennedy. Of course, she agreed. Well, a few months later, Orrin met Mr. Dominic again in New York. In the meantime, he had been talking the thing over with various people, and had become acquainted with a man who had once been a diver for the Interocean Marine Insurance Company, Owen Kinsale. Anyhow, so the scheme grew. They incorporated a company, the Deep Sea Engineering Company, to search for the treasure. That is how Orrin started. They are using his yacht, and Mr. Dominic is really in command, though Mr. Kinsale has the actual technical knowledge. She paused, but again her feelings seemed to get the better of her. Oh, she cried, I've been afraid all along lately. It's dangerous work. And then the stories that have been told of the ship and the treasure. It seems ill-fated. Professor Kennedy, she appealed, I wish you would come and see us. We're not on the yacht just now. We came ashore as soon as we arrived back, and Asta and Orrin are at the Palace Hotel now. Perhaps Orrin can tell you more. If you can do nothing more than quiet my fears. Her eyes finished the sentence. Norma Sanford was one of those girls who impress you as quite capable of taking care of themselves. But in the presence of the tragedy and a danger which she felt but could not seem to define, she felt the need of outside assistance and did not hesitate to ask it. Nor was Kennedy slow in responding. He seemed to welcome a chance to help someone in distress. We found Everson and his young wife at the hotel, quite different now from the carefree adventurers who had set out only a few days before to wrest a fortune from chance. I had often seen portraits of the 2 Sanford sisters in the society pages of the papers in the States, and knew that the courtship of Orrin Everson and Asta Sanford had been a true bit of modern romance. Asta Everson was a unique type of girl. She had begun by running fast motor cars and boats. That had not satisfied her, and she had taken up aviation. Once, even, she had tried deep-sea diving herself. It seemed as if she had been born with the spirit of adventure. To win her, Everson had done about everything from Arctic exploration one summer when he was in college to big game hunting in Africa and mountain climbing in the Andes. Odd though the romance might seem to be, one could not help feeling that the young couple were splendidly matched in their tastes. Each had that spirit of restlessness which at least sent them out playing at pioneering. Everson had organized the expedition quite as much in the spirit of revolt against the prosaic life of society at home as for gain. It had appealed strongly to Asta. She had insisted that nothing so much as a treasure hunt would be appropriate for their wedding trip, and they had agreed on the unconventional. Accordingly, she and her sister had joined Everson and his party, Norma, though a year younger, being quite like her sister in her taste for excitement. Of course you understand, explained Everson, as he hurriedly tried to give us some idea of what had happened. We knew that the Antilles had sunk somewhere off the Quai d'Or. It was first a question of locating her. That was all that we had been doing when Bertram died. It is terrible, terrible. I can't believe it. I can't understand it. In spite of his iron nerve, the tragedy seemed to have shaken Everson profoundly. You had done nothing that might have been dangerous? Asked Kennedy pointedly. Nothing, emphasized Everson. You see, we located the wreck in a way somewhat similar to the manner in which they sweep the seas for mines and submarines. It was really very simple, though it took us some time. All we did was to drag a wire at a fixed depth between the yacht and the tug, or rather I suppose you'd almost call it a trawler, which I chartered from Havana. What we were looking for was to have the wire catch on some obstruction. It did too, not once, but many times, due to the unevenness of the ocean bed. Once we located a wreck, but it was in shallow water, a small boat, not the one we were looking for. But you succeeded finally? Yes, only day before yesterday we located her. We marked the spot with a buoy and were getting ready for real work. It was just after that Bertram was taken ill and died so suddenly. We've left Dominic, Kinsale, Gage, and the rest on the trawler there, while I came here with Trainor's body. God, but it was awful to have to send the news back to New York. I don't know what to think or what to do. How did he die? Asked Kennedy, endeavoring to gain the confidence of young Everson. Do you recall any of his symptoms? It came on him so suddenly, he replied, that we hadn't much time to think. As nearly as we could make out, it began with a faintness and difficulty in breathing. We asked him how he felt, but it seemed as if he was deaf. I thought it might be the bends, caisson disease, and we started to put him in the medical lock which we had for the divers, but before we could get it ready he was unconscious. It was all so sudden that it stunned us. I can't make it out at all. Neither Asta nor Norma seemed able to tell anything. In fact, the blow had been so swift and unexpected, so incomprehensible, that it had left them thoroughly alarmed. The body of Trainor had already been brought ashore and placed in a local undertaking shop. With Everson, Kennedy and I hastened to visit it. Trainor had been an athlete and powerfully built, which made his sudden death seem all the more strange. Without a word, Craig set to work immediately examining his body, while we stood aside watching him in anxious silence. Kennedy consumed the greater part of the morning in his careful investigation, and after some time Everson began to get restless, wondering how his wife and sister-in-law were getting on in his absence. To keep him company, I returned to the hotel with him, leaving Kennedy to pursue his work alone. There was nothing much that either of us could say or do, but I thought I observed, on closer acquaintance with Norma, that she had something weighing on her mind. Was it a suspicion of which she had not told us? Evidently she was not prepared to say anything yet, but I determined, rather than try to quiz her, to tell Kennedy, in the hope that she might confide in him what she would not breathe to anyone else. It was perhaps an hour or more later that we returned to Craig. He was still at work, though from his manner it was evident that his investigations had begun to show something, however slight. "Have you found anything?" asked Everson eagerly. "I think I have," returned Craig, measuring his words carefully. "Of course you know the dangers of diving and the view now accepted regarding the rapid effervescence of the gases which are absorbed in the body fluids during an exposure to pressure. I think you know that experiment has proved that when the pressure is suddenly relieved, the gas is liberated in bubbles within the body. That is what seems to do the harm. His symptoms, as you described them, seem to indicate that. It is like charged water in a bottle. Take out the cork and the gas inside which has been under pressure bubbles up. In the human body, air and particularly the nitrogen in the air, literally form death bubbles." Everson said nothing as he regarded Kennedy's face searchingly, and Craig went on, "Set free in the spinal cord, for instance, such bubbles may cause partial paralysis, or in the heart may lead to stoppage of the circulation. In this case, I am quite sure that what I have found indicates air in the arteries, the heart, and the blood vessels of the brain. It must have been a case of air embolism, insufflation." Though Everson seemed all along to have suspected something of the sort, Kennedy's judgment left him quite as much at a loss for an explanation. Kennedy seemed to understand as he went on. "I have tried to consider all the ways such a thing could have happened," he considered. "It is possible that air might have been introduced into the veins by a hypodermic needle or other instrument, but I find no puncture of the skin or other evidence that would support that theory. I have looked for a lesion of the lungs, but find none. Then how could it have occurred? Had he done any real deep diving?" Everson shook his head slowly. "No," he replied, As I said, it wouldn't have been so incomprehensible if he had. Besides, if we had been diving, we should have been on the lookout. No, Bertram had only tested the apparatus once, after we located the wreck. He didn't much more than go under the surface, nothing like the practice dives we all made up in the Long Island Sound before we came down here. He was only testing the pumps and other things to see whether they had stood the voyage. Why, it was nothing at all. I don't see how it could have given anyone the bends, much less a fellow like Traynor. Why, I think he could have stood more than Kinsale with a little practice. Kennedy, I can't get it out of my mind that there's something about this that isn't right. Craig regarded Everson gravely. Frankly, he confessed, I must say that I don't understand it myself, at this distance. Would you come out to the quay with me? Hastened Everson, as though grasping at a possible solution. I shall be delighted to help you in any manner that I can, returned Craig heartily. Everson could not find words to express his gratitude as we hurried back to the hotel. In the excitement, I had completely forgotten the dispatch from the Star, but now I suddenly realized that here, ready to hand, was the only way of getting out to the Key of Gold and securing the story. Asta, Everson, and Norma especially were overjoyed at the news that Kennedy had consented to accompany them back to the wreck. Evidently they had great faith in him from what they had heard at home. Accordingly, Everson lost no time in preparing to return to the yacht. Nothing more now could be done for poor Traynor, and delay might mean much in clearing up the mystery, if mystery it should prove. We were well on our way toward the landing place before I realized that we were going over much the same route that Kennedy and I had taken the day before to reach the home of Gutierrez. I was just about to say something about it to Kennedy, and of the impression that Norma had made on me, when suddenly a figure darted from around a corner and confronted us. We stopped in surprise. It was no other than Dolores herself, not the quiet, subdued Dolores we had seen the day before, but an almost wild, passionate creature. What it was that had transformed her I could not imagine. It was not ourselves that she seemed to seek, nor yet the Eversons. She did not pause until she had come close to Norma herself. For a moment the two women, so different in type, faced each other, Dolores fiery with the ardent beauty of her race, Norma pulsating with life and vigor, yet always mistress of herself. "I warn you," cried Dolores, unable to restrain herself. "You thought the other was yours, and he was not. Do not seek revenge. He is mine. Mine, I tell you. Win your own back again. I was only making sport of him, but mine. Beware." For a moment Norma gazed at her, then without a word turned aside and walked on. Another instant and Dolores was gone as suddenly as she had appeared. Asta looked inquiringly, but Norma made no attempt at explanation. What did it mean? Had it anything to do with the dispute in the hotel which Kenmore had witnessed? At the landing we parted for a time with Everson to return to our hotel and get what little we needed, including Kennedy's traveling laboratory, while Everson prepared quarters for our reception on the yacht. "What do you make of that Dolores incident?" I hastened to ask the moment we were alone. "I don't know," he replied, "except that I feel it has an important bearing on the case. There is something that Norma hasn't told us, I fear." While we waited for a wagon to transfer our goods to the dock, Kennedy took a moment to call up Kenmore on the news. As he turned to me from the telephone, I saw that what he had learned had not helped him much in his idea of the case. "It was the Inter-Ocean Company which had insured the Antilles," was all he said. Instantly I thought of Kinsale and his former connection. Was he secretly working with them still? Was there a plot to frustrate Everson's plans? At least the best thing to do was to get out to the wreck and answer our many questions at first hand. The Belle Adventure was a trim yacht of perhaps 70 feet, low, slim, and graceful, driven by a powerful gas engine and capable of going almost anywhere. An hour later we were aboard and settled in a handsomely appointed room, where Craig lost no time in establishing his temporary traveling crime clinic. It was quite late before we were able to start, for Everson had a number of commissions to attend to on this his first visit to port since he had set out so blithely. Finally, however, we had taken aboard all that he needed, and we slipped out quietly past the castle on the point guarding the entrance to the harbor. All night we plowed ahead over the brilliant, starry tropical sea, making splendid time, for the yacht was one of the fastest that had ever been turned out by the builders. Now and then I could see that Kennedy was furtively watching Norma. in the hope that she might betray whatever secret it was she was guarding so jealously. Though she betrayed nothing, I felt sure that it had to do with some member of the expedition, and that it was a more than ordinarily complicated affair of the heart. The ladies had retired, leaving us with Everson in the easy wicker chairs on the afterdeck. "I can't seem to get out of my mind, Everson, that meeting with the Spanish girl in the street," suddenly remarked Kennedy in the hope of getting something by surprise. "You see, I had already heard of a little unpleasantness in the hotel cafe before the expedition started. Somehow I feel that there must be some connection." For a moment Everson regarded Kennedy under the soft rays of the electric light under the awning as it swayed in the gentle air, then looked out over the easy swell of the summer sea. "I don't understand it myself," he remarked at length, lowering his voice. "When we came down here, Dominic knew that girl, Dolores, and of course Kinsale met her right away too. I thought Gage was head over ears in love with Norma, and I guess he is. Only that night in the cafe I just didn't like the way he proposed a toast to Dolores. He must have met her that day. Maybe he was a bit excited. What she said today might mean that it was her fault. I don't know. But since we've been out to the quay, I fancy Norma has been pretty interested in Dominic, and Kinsale doesn't hesitate to show that he likes her. It all sets Donald crazy. It's so mixed up. I can't make anything of it. And Norma, well, even Asta can't get anything out of her. I wish to heaven you could straighten the thing out." We talked for some time, without getting much more light than Everson had been able at first to shed on the affair, and finally we retired, having concluded that only time and events would enable us to get at the truth. It was early in the morning that I was wakened by a change in the motion of the boat. There was very little vibration from the engine, but this motion was different. I looked out of the porthole, which had been very cleverly made to resemble a window, and found that we had dropped anchor. The Key of Gold was a beautiful green island, set like a sparkling gem in a sea of deepest turquoise. Slender pines with a tuft of green at the top rose gracefully from the wealth of foliage below, and contrasted with the immaculate white of the sandy beach that glistened in the morning sun. Romance seemed to breathe from the very atmosphere of the place. We found that the others on the yacht were astir too, and dressing hastily we went out on deck. Across the dancing waves, which seemed to throw a mocking challenge to the treasure-seekers to find what they covered, we could see the trawler. Already a small power-boat had put out from her and was ploughing along toward us. It was as the boat came alongside us that we met Gage for the first time. He was a tall, clean-cut fellow, but even at a glance I recognized that his was an unusual type. I fancied that both proctors and professors had worried over him when he was in college. Particularly, I tried to discover how he acted when he met Norma. It was easy to see that he was very eager to greet her, but I fancied that there was some restraint on her part. Perhaps she felt that we were watching and was on her guard. Dominic greeted Everson warmly. He was a man of about 35 and impressed one as having seen a great deal of the world. His position as purser had brought him into intimate contact with many people, and he seemed to have absorbed much from them. I can imagine that, like many people who had knocked about a great deal, he might prove a very fascinating person to know. Kinsale, on the other hand, was a rather silent fellow and therefore baffling. In his own profession of deep-sea diving he was an expert, but beyond that I do not think he had much except an ambition to get ahead, which might be praiseworthy or not, according as he pursued it. I fancy that next to Everson himself, Norma placed more confidence in Dominic than in any of the others, which seemed to be quite natural, though it noticeably piqued Gage. On the part of all three, Gage, Dominic, and Kinsale, it was apparent that they were overjoyed at the return of Norma, which also was quite natural, for even a treasure hunt has hours of tedium, and there could be nothing tedious when she was about. Asta was undoubtedly the more fascinating, but she was wrapped up in Everson. It was not long before Kennedy and I also fell under the spell of Norma's presence and personality. We hurried through breakfast and lost no time in accepting Everson's invitation to join him, with the rest, in the little power-boat on a visit to the trawler. It was Dominic who took upon himself the task of explaining to us the mysteries of treasure hunting as we saw them. "You see," he remarked, pointing out to us what looked almost like a strangely developed suit of armor, "we have the most recent deep-sea diving outfit which will enable us to go from 200 to 300 feet down, farther, and establish a record if we had to do it. It won't be necessary, though. The Antilles lies in about 250 feet of water, we have found. This armor has to be strong, for with the air pressure inside, it must resist a pressure of nearly half a pound per square inch for each foot we go. To be exact, something like 105 pounds per square inch at the depth of the wreck. Perhaps if Traynor had been diving, we might have thought that that was the trouble. It was the first reference since we arrived to the tragedy. He had only had the suit on once, went on Dominic, confirming Everson, and that was merely to test the pumps and valves and joints. Even Kinsale here hasn't been down. Still, we haven't been idle. I have something to report. With our instruments, we have discovered that the ship is heeled over, and that it will be a bit harder job to get into my office and get out the safe than we hoped, but feasible. Kennedy showed more interest in the diving apparatus than he had shown in anything else so far. The trawler was outfitted most completely as a tender, having been anchored over the exact spot at which the descents were to be made, held by 4 strong cables, with everything in readiness for action. I saw him cast a quick glance at the others. For the moment, Dominic, Gage, and Kinsale seemed to have forgotten us in their interest explaining to Norma what had been accomplished in her absence. He seized the occasion to make an even closer examination of the complicated apparatus. So carefully had accident been guarded against that even a device for the purification of the air had been installed in the machine which forced the fresh air down to the diver, compressed. It was this apparatus which I saw Kennedy studying most, especially one part where the air was passed through a small chamber containing a chemical for the removal of carbon dioxide. As he looked up, I saw a peculiar expression on his face. Quickly he removed the chemical, leaving the tube through which the air passed empty. "I think the air will be pure enough without any such treatment," he remarked, glancing about to be sure no one had observed. "How is that?" I inquired eagerly. "Well, you know, air is a mechanical mixture of gases, mainly oxygen and nitrogen. Here's something that gives it an excess of nitrogen and a smaller percentage of oxygen. Nitrogen is the more dangerous gas for one under compressed air. It is the more inert nitrogen that refuses to get out of the blood after one has been under pressure that forms the bubbles of gas which cause all the trouble. The bends. Compressed air sickness, you know." "Then that is how Traynor died?" I whispered, coming hastily to the conclusion. "Someone placed the wrong salt in there, took out oxygen, added nitrogen instead of removing carbon dioxide?" Norma had turned toward us. It was too early for Kennedy to accuse anybody, whatever might be his suspicions. He could not yet come from under cover. "I think so," was all he replied. A moment later the group joined us. "No one has been down on the wreck yet?" inquired Craig, at which Everson turned quickly to the 3 companions he had left in charge, himself anxious to know. "No," replied Kinsale, before anyone else could answer. "Mr. Dominic thought we'd better wait until you came back." "Then I should like to be the first," cut in Craig, to my utter surprise. Remonstrance had no effect with him. Neither Norma nor Asta could dissuade him. As for the rest of us, our objections seemed rather to confirm him in his purpose. Accordingly, in spite of the danger, which now no one no more than he knew, all the preparations were made for the first dive. With the aid of Kinsale, whom I watched closely, though no more so than Craig, he donned the heavy suit of rubberized reinforced canvas, had the leads placed on his feet, and finally was fitted with the metal head and the bib, the whole weighing hardly short of 300 pounds. It was with serious misgiving that I saw him go over the side of the trawler and shoot down into the water with its dark mystery and tragedy. The moments that he was down seemed interminable. Suspiciously I watched every move that the men made, fearful that they might do something. I longed for the technical knowledge that would have enabled me to handle the apparatus. I tried to quiet my fears by reasoning that Craig must have had perfect confidence in the value of his discovery if he were willing to risk his life on it. Yet I felt that at least a show of vigilance on my part might bluff anyone off from an attempt to tamper again with the air supply. I stuck about closely. Yet when there came a hasty signal on the indicator from below, although I felt that he had been down for ages, I knew that it had been only a very short time. Could it be a signal of trouble? Had someone again tampered with the apparatus? Would they never bring him up? It seemed as if they were working fearfully slow. I remembered how quickly he had shot down. What had seemed then only a matter of seconds and minutes now seemed hours. It was only by sheer willpower, Then I restrained myself as I realized that going under the air pressure might be done safely quite fast. Then he must come out slowly, by stages. That over the telephone that connected with his helmet, he was directing the decompression in accordance with the latest knowledge that medical science had derived of how to avoid the dread caisson disease. I don't know when I have felt more relief than I did at seeing his weird headgear appear at the surface. The danger from the bends might not be entirely over yet, but at least it was Craig himself, safe at last. As he came over to the side of the trawler, I ran to him. It was like trying to greet a giant in that outlandish suit which was so clumsy out of the water. Craig's back was turned to the others, and when I realized the reason, I stood aghast. He had brought up a skull and had handed the gruesome thing to me with a motion of secrecy. Meanwhile, he hastened to get out of the cumbersome suit, and to my delight, showed no evidence yet of any bad effects. That he should have made the descent and returned so successfully I felt must be a surprise to someone. Who was it? I could not help thinking of Kinsale again. Was he working for two masters? Was he still employed by the insurance company? Was this a scheme to capture all the rich salvage of the ship instead of that percentage to which Everson had secured an agreement with the underwriters? Kennedy lost no time in getting back to the Belle Adventure with the skull which I had concealed for him. It was a strange burden, and I was not loath to resign it to him. None of the others apparently knew that he had brought up anything with him, and to all questions he replied as though he had merely been testing out the apparatus and, except in a most cursory way, had not made an examination of the ship, although what he had observed confirmed the investigations they had already made from the surface. In our cabin, Kennedy set to work immediately after opening his traveling laboratory and taking from it a small kit of tools and some materials that looked almost like those for an actor's makeup. I saw that he wished to be left alone, and retired as gracefully as I could, determined to employ the time in watching the others. I found Norma seated in one of the wicker chairs on the afterdeck, talking earnestly with Dominic, and hesitating whether I should interrupt them, I paused between the library and the sumptuously fitted main saloon. I was glad that I did, for just that moment of hesitation was enough for me to surprise a man peering out at them through the curtains of a window, with every evidence of intense dislike of the situation. Looking closer, I saw that it was Gage. Had I expected anything of the sort, I should have gone even more cautiously. As it was, though I surprised him, he heard me in time to conceal his real intentions by some trivial action. It seemed as if our arrival had been succeeded by a growth of suspicion among the members of the little party. Each, as far as I could make out, was now on guard, and remembering that Kennedy had often said that that was a most fruitful time, since it was just under such circumstances that even the cleverest could not help incriminating himself, I hastened back to let Craig know how matters were. He was at work now in a most grotesque labor, and as he placed on it the finishing touches, he talked abstractedly. "What I am using, Walter," he explained, "might be called a new art. Lately science has perfected the difficult process of reconstructing the faces of human beings of whom only the skull or a few bones perhaps are obtainable. To the unskilled observer, a fleshless skull presents little human likeness, and certainly conveys no notion of the exact appearance and life of the person to whom it belonged. But by an ingenious system of building up muscles and skin upon the bones of the skull, this appearance can be reproduced with scientific accuracy. The method, I might say, has been worked out independently by Professor von Floriep in Germany and by Dr. Henri Martin in France. Its essential principle consists in ascertaining from the examination of many corpses the normal thickness of flesh that overlies a certain bone in a certain type of face. From these calculations, the scientists, by elaborate processes, build up a face on the skull. I watched him with an uncontrollable fascination. For instance, he went on, a certain type of bone always has nearly the same thickness of muscle over it. A very fine needle with graduations of 1/100th of an inch is used in these measurements. As I have done here, a great number of tiny plaster pyramids varying in height according to the measurements obtained by these researchers are built up over the skull, representing the thickness of the muscles. The next step will be to connect them together by a layer of clay, the surface of which is flush with the tips of the pyramids. Then wax and grease paint and a little hair will complete it. You see, it is really scientific restoration of the face. I must finish it. Meanwhile, I wish you would watch Norma. I'll join you in a short time." Norma was not on deck when I returned, nor did I see anyone else for some time. I walked forward and paused at the door to the little wireless room on the yacht, intending to ask the operator if he had seen her. "Where's Mr. Kennedy?" he inquired, before I had a chance to put my own question. "Someone has been in this wireless room this morning and must have been sending messages. Things aren't as I left them. I think he ought to know." Just then, Everson himself came up from below, his face almost as white as the paint on the sides of the yacht. Without a word, he drew me aside, looking about fearfully as though he were afraid of being overheard. "I've just discovered 6 sticks of dynamite in the hold," he whispered hoarsely, staring wide-eyed at me. "There was a timing device set for tonight. I've severed it. Where's Kennedy?" "Your wireless has been tampered with too," I blurted out, telling what I had just learned. We looked at each other blankly. Clearly, someone had plotted to blow up the yacht and all of us on board. Without another word, I took his arm and we walked toward our stateroom where Kennedy was at work. As we entered the narrow passage to it, I heard low voices. Someone was there before us. Kennedy had shut the door and was talking in the hall. As we turned the corner, I saw that it was Norma, whom I had forgotten in the surprise of the 2 discoveries that had been so suddenly made. As we approached, she glanced significantly at Kennedy as if appealing to him to tell something. Before he could speak, Everson himself interrupted, telling of his discovery of the dynamite and of what the wireless operator had found. There was a low exclamation from Norma. "It's a plot to kidnap me," she cried in a smothered voice. "Professor Kennedy, I told you I thought so." Everson and I could only look our inquiries at the startling new turn of events. "Miss Sanford has just been to her stateroom," hastily explained Craig. There she found that someone had carefully packed up a number of her things and hidden them, as if waiting a chance to get them off safely. I think her intuition is correct. There would be no motive for robbery here. Vainly I tried to reason it out. As I thought, I recalled that Gage had seemed insanely jealous of both Dominic and Kinsale whenever he saw either with Norma. Did Gage know more about these mysterious happenings than appeared? Why had he so persistently sought her? Had Norma instinctively fled from his attentions? "Where are the others?" asked Craig quickly. I turned to Everson. I had not yet had time to find out. "Gone back to the trawler," he replied. "Signal them to come aboard here directly," ordered Craig. It seemed an interminable time as the message was broken out in flags to the trawler, which was not equipped with the wireless. Even the hasty explanation which Kennedy had to give to Aston Everson as she came out of her cabin, wondering where Orrin had gone, served only to increase the suspense. It was as though we were living over a powder magazine that threatened to explode at any moment. What did the treachery of one member of the expedition mean? Above all, who was it? We had been so intent watching from the deck the all too slow approach of the little power boat from the trawler that we had paid no attention to what was on our other quarter. "A tug approaching, sir," reported the man on watch to Everson. "Seems to be heading for us, sir." We turned to look. Who was she, friend or foe? We knew not what to expect. Everson, pale but with a firm grip on his nerves, did not move from the deck as the power boat came alongside, and Dominic, Gage, and Kinsale swung themselves up the ladder to us. "It's the tug of that pilot, Gutierrez, sir," interposed the man who had spoken before. Not a word was spoken, though I fancied that a quiet smile flitted over Kennedy's face as we waited. The tug ranged up alongside us. To my utter astonishment, I saw Dolores, her black eyes eagerly scanning our faces. Was she looking for Gage, I wondered. It was only a moment when the party that had put out from the tug also came tumbling aboard. "I got your message, Kennedy, and brought Gutierrez. He wouldn't join the expedition, but he thought more of his daughter than of anything else." It was Kenmore, who had at last achieved his wish to get on the treasure hunt story. Everson looked inquiringly at Craig. "Message?" repeated Kennedy. "I sent no message." It was Kenmore's turn to stare. Had someone hoaxed him into a wild goose chase after all? Nothing? About Dolores being deserted and— "He shall marry my daughter," boomed a gruff voice as Gutierrez shouldered his way through the little group, his hand shooting back to a pocket where he bulged a huge Colt. Like a flash, Kennedy, who had been watching, caught his wrist. "Just a second, Captain," he shouted, then turned to us, speaking rapidly and excitedly. "This thing has all been carefully, diabolically laid out. All who stood in the way of the whole of the treasure were to be eliminated. One person has sought to get it all, at any cost. In Craig's own hand now gleamed a deadly automatic, while with the other he held Gutierrez's wrist. "But," he added tensely, "an insane passion has wrecked a desperate scheme. A woman has been playing a part, leading the man on to his own destruction in order to save the man she really loves." I looked over at Norma. She was pale and agitated, then burning and nervous by turns. It was only by a most heroic effort that she seemed able to restrain herself, her eyes riveted on Kennedy's face, weighing every word to see whether it balanced with a feeling in her own heart. "The Antilles," shot out Kennedy suddenly, "was burned and sunk, not by accident, but with a purpose. That purpose has run through all the events I have seen, the use of Mr. Everson, his yacht, his money, his influence. Come." He strode down the passage to our stateroom, and we followed in awed silence. "It is a vast, dastardly crime to get the Mexican millions," he went on, pausing, his hand on the knob of the door while we crowded the narrow passage. "I have brought up from the wreck a skull which I found near a safe, unlocked so that entrance would be easy. The skull shows plainly that the man had been hit on the head by some blunt instrument, crushing him. Had he discovered something that it was inconvenient to know? You have heard the stories of the ill-fated ship." Craig flung open the door suddenly. We saw a weird face, the head apparently streaming blood from a ghastly wound. There was a shrill cry beside me. "It's his ghost! Captain Driggs! God save me, it's his ghost come to haunt me and claim the treasure!" I turned quickly. Dominic had broken down. "You were just leading him on. Tell me, Norma." I turned again quickly. It was Gage, who had taken Norma's hand, quivering with excitement. "You never cared for her?" she asked, with the anxiety that showed how in her heart she loved him. "Never. It was part of the plot. I sent the message to get her here to show you. I didn't know you were playing a game." Suddenly the sharp crack of a pistol almost deafened us in the close passageway. As the smoke cleared, I saw Dolores, her eyes blazing with hatred, jealousy, revenge. In her hand was the pistol she had wrenched from her father. On the floor across the door-sill sprawled a figure. Dominic had paid the price of his faithlessness to her also. End of Chapter 12. End of The Treasure Train by Arthur B. Reeve.